Paulina was
so
speaking.
I welcome you all to this workshop.
Hello, Grace.
It's a grant proposal writing workshop, which will be facilitated by the ABLE APHRC team for the next 5 days from today up to Friday, and then the last day will be Monday 24th. And the workshop is part of the joint activities which we have been carrying out between SADC Parliamentary Forum and APHRC as we implement both of our CEDA-funded projects and as agreed upon with the MOU that we signed in 2019. So the sessions will be facilitated, like I've said, by APHRC. Our moderator will be Hesbon Wow, and I'd like to invite us to do introductions, but not of everyone, just to recognize some of the people that are on the call. And I'll start with our directors. That's Dr. Evelyn Gitao, the Acting Director of Research and Director for Research Capacity Strengthening. And then we'll go to Patterson Siema, the Director for Policy Engagement and Communications. And then after that, we'll go to Shuneni Kurasha, who is part of the management team at SADC PF. If you can hear me, Kurasha, you can go after Patterson. So Evelyn, welcome to give your opening remarks.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Grace, for that introduction. Can you all hear me, firstly?
Yes, we can.
Yes,
Okay.
we can.
Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Great. So I'm really pleased to be here this morning, and I'm excited to see this partnership starting and happening, and hopefully it will be something that will grow to something that we can work with as a team. So my role this morning really is to briefly introduce to those of you who may not be familiar with the African Population and Health Research Center, and then also take you through what we do as a research capacity strengthening division at APHRC, and the expectations for this grant proposal writing workshop. Not necessarily go deep into them because I think Hesbon will cover that, but really to give you a flavor of why we're excited about this workshop this week. So the African Population and Health Research Center is a Pan-African policy-oriented think tank, which is headquartered in Nairobi, Kenya, but also has an office in Senegal, Dakar. We started off in 1995 as a fellowship program, and since then has grown into an institution whose mission is to generate research evidence, to strengthen research capacity, and to engage policy to inform action on population, health, and well-being. Between the research and research capacity strengthening initiatives that we have reached over 20 countries in sub-Saharan Africa. Our team is a multidisciplinary team made up of demographers, public health specialists, anthropologists, biostatisticians, health economists, and beyond that, broadly speaking, if you can think of the health and population and health space, we have different people working in different areas who support the team. Our team is made up of staff from over 10 African countries, listed there as you can see, mainly East Africa and West Africa, and some from South Africa. And we also have some members in our staff who are coming from outside of Africa, mainly the USA, Canada, Netherlands, Spain, and Germany. Very quickly, I'll go through the slide to give you a flavor of what we do at APHRC. Perhaps you can mute Jailosi. Thank you.
Yeah.
So at APHRC, we have 3 programmatic arms where we undertake research, we do capacity strengthening, and we do policy engagement and communications. And our 4th arm is our operations division. Under research, we have a wide array of work that we do in population and health. But very briefly, we are focused currently on working in work around aging and development, education and youth empowerment, health and systems for health, population dynamics and reproductive health, which is where the work that we're doing in sexual reproductive and health rights falls under, Our maternal and child wellbeing unit works on work that addresses issues around nutrition for both the mother and child, as well as mental health and wellbeing and education in terms of early education. And then we have our big urbanization and wellbeing program in Africa, which has focused primarily on looking at low-income areas and informal settlements to try and define interventions that would help people living in informal settlements succeed. And we then have a cross-cutting unit called our Data Measurement and Evaluation Unit, and they support all the other 6 units that I mentioned, where they take the data that we collect under research to use it and package it in a way that we can use it internally, as well as share it with our partners so that they can also make use of the data that we collect. They also do a lot of impact evaluation to assess the impact of many of the health programs that we work with. The second division that I'll talk about, and which I'll go in detail in the next slide, is about the Research Capacity Strengthening Division. And here we have 4 strategic thrusts where we intentionally build partnerships with universities across the continent to enhance their capacities to do research within the universities. We also provide individuals across the continent with fellowships and internships, either based at APHRC or at our partners' organizations, to enhance their research capacity, as well as to enhance the research capacity of the institutions that they work with. Our third thrust is the training program. That really, this is where we have all our short courses similar to the one we're running this week. That is where we build skills that may not necessarily be covered in internships. So soft skills like grant writing and proposal writing, leadership and governance, and many, many others. And lastly, we also do research to try and understand what works in terms of building capacity. So we have research around capacity strengthening for higher education, and we also have research around capacity strengthening programs to see how best to evaluate the interventions to see their impact and as well as maybe change how we do things to improve on what we do. Very quickly, I will not talk about policy and communications, but in that unit, our 3 strategies is to give visibility to the work that we do in research, to get the research units working together so that they can develop policy tools and policy products that help make an impact of the work that we do. And we also advocate for issues that we think are really important, both internally and externally, especially for use of research and evidence to inform policy. Our operations team, actually, I should have mentioned this when I was talking about training. While they do support us in terms of development, finance, ICT, and human resources, they've also become part of our training program because they are the ones who support a lot of the training that we need in terms of how to run successful institutions and governance, how to fundraise appropriately. You'll see a lot of the team today actually facilitating, and this week facilitating in this workshop, because they're the ones who support the grant writing of things that we do, especially under the development and finance team. So in terms of capacity strengthening, I mentioned the partnerships with the universities. We have a huge program called the Consortia for Advanced Research Training in Africa. And in that one, we have 9 universities. Sorry, they're now 8, one of them dropped off. And our main partner there is the Wits University in South Africa, but the others are in Malawi, in Nigeria, in Kenya, and in Uganda and Rwanda. Our African Doctoral Dissertation Research Fellowship is one that has been very successful over time. And between the 2 programs, the Consortium for Advanced Research Training in Africa, CARTA, and ADDRF, we have now supported over 200 fellows to finish their PhDs. CARTA just reached the 100 mark yesterday, so we're very excited to have supported 100 PhDs in the universities that we work with. And ADDRF, over time in the last 10 years, has supported almost 200 fellows to complete their PhDs. As mentioned, our training is really to enhance the capacities of African policymakers like yourselves, program implementers, and the media to prepare and utilize relevant scientific evidence. So we have courses such as research governance, systematic review, and meta-analysis, where you take a lot of the data that's being produced by researchers and look to see what's relevant. Data analysis, implementation research, scientific writing, grant proposal writing, like this workshop that we're running, how to supervise doctoral students, and so on. In terms of the research, we want to generate, synthesize, and disseminate evidence on issues related to capacity strengthening in higher education in Africa. Many of us who are working in this arm for capacity strengthening have a research background. So, inherently, we are always looking for ways to improve what we do and evidence to show how best to translate what we do for others. So this proposal writing workshop is a 5-day interactive virtual training workshop. We hope you will make sure that you interact as well as you can, both amongst yourselves, but even with the APHRC team, because we want it to be interactive. We want you to engage, and hopefully at the end of the 5 days, we want it to be, we want to see some outputs. We collaborated with the 2 divisions, the policy engagement and communications team at APHRC, the research capacity strengthening division, and the SADC parliamentary forum to select the participants that are here for this workshop and to actually develop the content and facilitate the workshop. And so I really greatly appreciate the team that have worked very hard to get us here today. But ultimately, I do hope that at the end of this workshop, we will have proposals where we can collaborate and work together and work together to build the SRHR space on the continent, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. Thank you, and I wish you well in the week and look forward to hearing of all the good things that happen from this workshop. Thanks.
Thank you, Evelyn. Thank you so much. Next, Patterson, please go ahead and give us your remarks. Patterson?
Hi, I'm just trying to, I hope you can hear me now.
Okay.
So thank you so much.
We can't hear you.
Hi, Grace.
We can't hear.
I can hear Patterson.
You can hear. Okay, all right. Maybe it's my end.
You're on
Okay.
the wrong
Sorry,
channel.
go on.
Grace, you're on the wrong channel again.
Okay, you can hear me now, yeah? Thank you so much. So, good morning. I hope you're all well.
I cannot hear Patterson.
I think Patterson is not on the English channel. Patterson, please select the English channel.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes, now.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that. So we can proceed now. So thank you so much. And thank you so much, Evelyn, for giving a very comprehensive overview of what APHRC is. So I will not go into that again. What I just want to emphasize is that APHRC, we acknowledge that countries' domestic priorities drive regional activities, and that is why we have institutions like SADC PF. And so we are very glad to collaborate with SADC PF to respond to the many challenges that face the continent. And this is because we know that SADC PF has the capacity to help us address some of the challenges as we seek to to transform the continent. And some of these challenges are quite different. They're multidimensional in nature. They include issues around poverty, underdevelopment, silent issues such as gender equality and women empowerment, youth empowerment, and most recent, the exclusion of underrepresented communities in the dialogue that shapes the future of the continent. I therefore acknowledge that Africa has also great opportunities at this time. We have a lot of resources. We have a youth population, a very youthful population that is very ready to work. And of course, we have great weather. And increasingly, we have seen our leaders take lead in terms of building regional collaborations and coalitions, including the Free Trade Agreement for Africa. We have seen what the African Union is doing to address the COVID-19 framework. We have seen that many countries are actually reaching out and trying to help each other. And that's the way it should be. However, with the challenges that we have, we need to be able to address them. And to address them, we must invest substantial amount of money. And this money is actually available. If you look at global trends, it is demonstrated that the available resources that are going to development are increasing year on year. However, the biggest problem that we face is that most of these funds are accessed by the same northern development institutions that have failed to deliver meaningful transformation on the continent. So for many years, we have had the same institution accessing these resources, and yet whatever they do on ground has not been able to help the continent transform. So this calls to all of us to find solutions that are African-led, that can actually be used by African institutions to access these resources. The solutions must be innovative, and that is why this training is very important. The training will help us understand what is required to access development finance, and some of the institutions that we need to reach out to access this money include foundations. We have some good foundations that are very keen to transform the continent. They're not very demanding in terms of what they will expect you to put in terms of the reporting, which makes it easy for you to be flexible in your implementation of your project. We have governments that have continued to invest on the continent, both government from the northern part of the world, the northern hemisphere, as well as African governments that are increasingly focusing on critical development issues on Africa. We have individuals that are high net worth individuals that are sparing their resources to give to development. And then, of course, we have communities that can organize themselves such that they can actually be able to support a particular activity. So this is why it's important that we go through this training so that we can work with those institutions. We can work with those institutions to actually address the major challenges that are facing the continent. I'm particularly excited about this training because it's not a standalone activity. This is particularly a wider collaboration between APHRC and the SADC-PF. And this collaboration is aimed at strengthening our ability to deliver social transformation in Africa. We have enhanced capacity for effective media engagement. That's one of the training that we carried out. Communication strategy development. We have worked on social media. And recently we carried out a training on monitoring and evaluation, among some other trainings that are lined up. So I hope that the session today will build on the solid foundations that has already been created. Ultimately, I look forward to a time when the SADC-PF team will attract new funding that will respond to innovative ideas crafted by Africans for Africa's development. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the training. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Patterson. Thank you. Now I'll invite Shuneni Kurasha, who is a program manager at SADC-PF, a program manager for democracy and governance, and he's also the parliamentary business focal person. Welcome, Kurasha, to give your remarks on behalf of SADC-PF.
Thank you very much, Grace, and good morning, colleagues. Allow me to welcome you to this training, which is coming within the context of the collaboration we have with APHRC, and which is consistent with the way we work at SADC Parliamentary Forum. We work through networks and partnerships, and therefore we view this partnership as critical in meeting our
Kurasha, you have frozen. I don't know whether it's only on my end. It had frozen a bit.
You can't hear me, Grace?
Now we can hear you. It had frozen for a little while.
Oh, sorry about that. So we're meeting at a time when the shifting priorities within the region, the member states of the region, largely because of the response to the COVID pandemic. Right now, countries in the region are beginning to have conversations around post-COVID recovery and
Russia, it has frozen again.
And that speaks to the need for capacity on the part of parliamentarians and on the part of staff of parliament that that give technical support to our members of parliament. And that's why the issue of training and capacity development becomes central, and that's why our collaboration with APHRC, we perceive it to be quite strategic. I look forward to an engaging 5 days as we go through the training on fundraising proposal. I'm sure that colleagues from national parliaments and colleagues from SADC Parliamentary Forum will be able to interface and benefit from the training. On that note, I wish to thank you all and wish you a successful deliberations, and our management of SADC PF, led by the Secretary General, fully endorses our collaboration with the APHRC. And in this regard, we hope that this will be one of those milestones under the collaboration. Thank you very much, and over to you, Grace.
Thank you, Kurasha. Thank you. Now I'll hand over to Hesbon Wao, who will be our moderator, and he'll give an overview of the sessions that we'll have. So over to you, Hesbon.
Thank you, Grace. Just give me a moment to put my slides. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
All right, thank you. All right, good morning, colleagues. Again, my name is Hesbon Wao. I'm part of the APHRC team. At APHRC, I coordinate training activities, and that is what I will be doing here for the next couple of days. So welcome. For this session, I'll just talk briefly about the grant proposal writing workshop, the objectives of this course, how we have structured it, and what we expect. Some of this my colleagues have already talked about, but I'll just elaborate a little bit. So before we continue, I just want to remind us to be safe. Try to sanitize, wash hands, wear a mask if necessary, depending on where you are. Maintain social distance as necessary. Ensure that the surfaces and objects are sanitized. In a nutshell, just be safe wherever we are. We know that we are operating in different places. We could be at workplace or some hotel or at home. So just take necessary measures. So for this session, again, I'll talk about the objectives. I'll talk about the participants, the way we understand our participants, the structure of the workshop, and a little bit of some ground rules and what we expect. And then I'll also just briefly introduce the course facilitators. So the purpose, why are we here? We are conducting this grant proposal writing workshop. Our objective is to equip participants with knowledge and skills to be able to develop a winning and ethically sound grant proposal in your area of interest. We understand that people are working in different areas. So whatever area you're working on, how can you be equipped with knowledge and skills to develop a winning and ethically sound grant proposal. That is what Patterson just challenged us to be able to do. So we gathered some information about people who will be participating in this workshop. I know that we are more than 15, but for the 15 people who responded and gave us their information, we now know that majority are from, in terms of organization, the National Assembly, Madagascar, and then SADC PF, and then South African Parliament, like that. And in terms of country representation, majority are from Madagascar and South Africa, and the rest of the countries are there. This may not be representative of what we have now, because I know that we have more than 15, but that is what you were able to gather before the workshop. For those who gave us their information, we, based on our analysis, we have researchers or research officers, people whose their job title is described as a researcher, 3 people, followed by officers of the Secretary to Parliament, and the rest of those titles. So that is the makeup of our participants, if you wanted to have an idea. Now, I would like to talk about how this workshop is structured. I'll try to go over it very slowly so that we understand what lies ahead of us. So we have time in East Africa and also South African time. But what are we going to be doing every day? For today, we are going through this introduction. But after this, we will have facilitated sessions. Like the first one, which will be led by Joseph, is going to focus just on an overview of grant proposal writing. Followed by that is a brief session of question and answer. Now, while we have put Q&A to follow S1, it doesn't necessarily have to be like that. You can ask questions as the presentation is going on, but we make sure that we create at least some room so that those who are not able to ask questions when the session was going on can still have an opportunity to ask questions. We make sure that there are health breaks, so there is one between 12:30 and 1, and then there is lunch break, and then at the end of the day. So in the morning hours, morning in terms of East African time, not exactly, but yeah, generally in the morning hours, we would have 2 sessions which are facilitated. And then in the afternoon, after lunch that is, we will have some kind of group assignment which you will be working on. The assignment will be based on what shall have been covered in the morning hours. So for day 1, we have S1 and S2. The assignment that you will be working on will be based on the content covered during those 2 sessions. So you will have 1 hour to work on some assignment, and then after that, you will have a chance to present what you are working on as a group. So when you present, people will ask you questions. The questions will come from peers, fellow participants, as well as facilitators. You also as a group will have a chance to ask the audience some questions. You will get feedback from other groups as well as the facilitators. So this is normally a very interactive session, and we encourage the groups to be ready so that when it is time for presentation, you just don't present and then you are done. You present, you ask questions, you answer questions, and you get very, very important feedback. At the end of the day, we will have a brief session whereby we encourage participants to give feedback actually everybody, not just participants. So you will have a chance to tell us what went well, what can be done differently. We insist on having this kind of feedback daily because something can go wrong, and if that happens, we need to adjust, we need to address it. So that is important. Instead of waiting, let's say, up to the third day or the last day, if we address it early, we end up having a very productive workshop as opposed to postponing. So that's why we have that last session of appraisal and feedback. The rest of the days will continue like that. Morning sessions, we have some sessions facilitated, followed by group work and then presentation. However, for the second, third, and fourth days, we will have some time, the very first 30 minutes. When you wake up tomorrow, you'll have a chance to work on anything that was pending. Let's say as a group, you are not able to address some things, or you are not able to complete your assignment. Then you will have a chance in the morning to be able to do that. You will have a few minutes. So this you will do in your breakout rooms. So when you join, you'll just go straight to your breakout room, and as a group, you will be able to have a chance to work on anything that may be pending, or think through the course like that. Then we'll follow that with a brief recap. Sometimes if the group discussion requires more time, then we even do away with that recap slot, just so that we give participants time. So this, it will depend on how the workshop goes. If we find that we need to give the group discussion more time, then we will do that. But we also can have a quick recap before the day session start. So that is what will happen on day 2, 3, and 4. And then on the last day, now the last day, normally for us, if we do this from Monday, it is Friday, but in our case, it jumps to the following Monday. So the last day, which will be Monday, May 24th, we will have a chance now to give all the groups a chance to present to us what can you hear me? Somebody? Yeah, to present what they shall have been doing for the past 4 days. So it will be.
I sent him a message because he mentioned.
Can somebody mute that person, please?
So yesterday I actually sent him a message to say we would.
All right, thank you. So we will do that. You'll have a chance to make a comprehensive presentation, and you'll get feedback from the facilitators, from your fellow participants. So that will be a very, very big, session, rather a block of time. That's why we give it from 10 to 2. Of course, there will be 1 hour of lunch break, and then after the presentations, we'll then do a course evaluation, which is a comprehensive evaluation of how the workshop went, the 5-day workshop, and then we will just close the workshop. So that is the plan we have. I hope it is clear, and if you have any question, please let me know. Just raise up your hand if you would like us to modify something. We are open to suggestions. I'm almost finishing. I just want to talk about some rules. We call them ground rules and expectations. So basically, we want to understand how the process will work, how we interact, and how we can contribute to the success of this workshop. So in terms of the process, it is pretty much what I've talked about, but I want to emphasize a few things. One, we emphasize punctuality. Let us be punctual at all sessions. If we start on time, we'll be expected to finish on time. So we encourage everyone to be responsible. Make sure that you take this workshop very seriously by attending all the sessions and participating. We expect you to actively participate in all sessions. So if we have 8 sessions and you participate in 7, that is not 100% participation in terms of the number of sessions. So just make sure that you participate. If we all agree that we will be punctual, then if somebody comes late, we will reward that person by not backtracking. We'll just continue because that was agreed. We know that there may be reasons or something that can make you come late. However, it will now be upon you to find out what others have covered, what has happened, and not everybody waiting for 1 or 2 people. If we need to change something, we will require a consensus. We will not just decide as facilitators or participants, but together we will discuss this and agree that now, because of 1, 2, 3, this is how we are going to operate for the remaining days. So any major decision will require that we reach a consensus. And of course, we've made sure that there will be health breaks so that people are not bored or overburdened by, in a virtual platform. How do we interact? We strongly encourage that we show respect to one another. We are adults, we are professionals, we come from different parts of the continent, but our goal, as my colleagues have said, is that we want to help us grow in this area of grant proposal writing. So let us remember what brought us together. How do we show respect? If somebody is talking, please give them time. The way you are doing it right now, I feel respected if I'm talking and everyone is listening, so that when they also are given a chance, we will do the same. So let us do that. When we are listening to somebody, let's listen with open mind. If somebody, you feel that they are wrong, whatever they're saying is offside, just hold yourself, wait till they finish, then you will have a chance to give some kind of feedback. Avoid side distractions, manage your technology, your phone, all those things that may be happening where you are, so that you are not distracted. When you are giving feedback, let it be constructive feedback. Let us build one another. Let us not, pin down one another, but instead create an atmosphere where we feel safe. We feel safe to make mistakes because we want to learn. We feel that we contribute and our contribution is valued. That is a very, very conducive atmosphere for learning, as opposed to an environment whereby somebody cannot be comfortable sharing what they know. They have to really, really be 99.9999% sure before they speak. No. Even if you are not very sure, you should be able to be comfortable to share. And that is what we encourage. If something is not going right, please make sure you speak up. Don't just sit. We may all be going to the wrong way, and one person is observing and then just keeping quiet. Please don't do that. Share, and then we will all benefit. Somebody may be asking, how can I contribute to the success of this workshop? Please take initiative, offer ideas. Some of us, this is not the first time we are engaging in grant proposal writing workshop, meaning we have some experience, we have something to contribute. Let us do that. However little you have, contribute that. It will add up. If you are in a group where maybe you consider yourself to be more knowledgeable about a particular area, share what you know with your team. Take charge. They will, in group work, there will be need for somebody to chair, somebody to take notes, somebody to do the presentation. So let those roles rotate. That is how you can contribute to the success of this workshop. And as I said earlier, if you see something that needs improvement, please make those suggestions. Let's find joint solutions. If there's any barrier or anything that can interfere with the success of this workshop and you identify it, please talk about it. In a nutshell, I want to say that the success of this workshop will depend on participants and facilitators and other staff all working together. So another way of saying it is, if the facilitators don't do their part and the participants do their part 100%, this workshop will still fail, vice versa. But if we all do our part the best we can, then we will have very, very productive workshop. And that is what we are looking forward to. 3 or 4 days or 1 month from now, if somebody asks you, how was that workshop? And you say it was great, know that you contributed to its greatness. If you say it was terrible, also know that you contributed, because we have now agreed that we will all own it. It will be our workshop. It is not APHRC's, it's not SADC's workshop, it is ours. So let us own this, let us work together, let us treat this as an opportunity to grow together as a team. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk about that. Finally, here are our facilitators. They will be coming one by one, and when they come in, they will introduce themselves. So I'll not really talk much about them, but they will introduce themselves and tell you briefly about themselves. Now, as far as the introduction of participants, what we will do when you will be presenting, that will be the time for you to introduce yourself. Also, when you are contributing, let's say during this session like the first one, which we are just about to start, if you are contributing, we encourage you to at least take a few seconds to show your picture or your video, then you can continue talking. So that is how we will introduce ourselves as participants, just because we don't have enough time. So we are just trying to manage the time that we have. I hope that is very clear how we plan to conduct this workshop. But let me just take 1 or 2 minutes to give anybody who may have a question or a comment regarding the plan that we have. Any comment, question? Can somebody make some noise? It is too quiet until I don't know whether I'm talking to myself.
No, we're okay, we can hear you.
All right, thank you, Kurasha.
We are waiting for the next slide.
You are waiting for the next slide? No, this is the last slide. So according to, okay, thank you. According to my, okay, we just have 1 minute and then we should be ready to start the first session. So I'll just stop at that. Maybe we take 2 minutes to just stretch before we join in for the first session. Thank you, and let's have a productive workshop.
Nicholas here. Just a humble request. On the participants list here, we are 48. The number just dropped to 49. Okay, thanks, because Esbon stopped presenting. So we are 48. I have shared a link in the chat box that I expect you to just follow and register yourself for this day. So far, just about 20 individuals have registered. So 28 more to go. Please kindly follow that link and just register yourself there. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Over.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. Good morning, everyone. Just a follow-up to what Nicholas has also mentioned. If you're unable to access the registration link, please feel free to input your name, organization, email address in the chat, and we shall do that for you. Thank you.
Hesbon, you will signal me when you want us to start, huh?
Yes, you are the next person.
So when you are ready, let me know.
We are ready. We are ready.
You gave people 2 minutes, so I expected you to say that now we are back. We move on.
All right.
Yes.
Sorry, Joseph. Okay.
Okay.
Our 2 minutes are gone, and we are ready to hit the road. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, I joined a little bit late. I had another meeting that ran all the way to a few minutes to the hour, and so I missed the earlier part, but I'll be able to catch up. So I'm your facilitator for the first session. My name is Joseph Gishuru Wangombe. I am the Deputy Executive Director at APHRC, and has been with this organization for the longest time. I joined them in 2003. The organization started independent operation in 2001. So I've only missed 2 years of the operations of APHRC. And I've stuck there because it has been such an interesting place to be. So my role is to give you an overview on proposal development and fundraising. And as I was thinking about this group, the first impression I got was that these are people who don't need to fundraise. So how do I motivate them to fundraise if they are in a very well-funded organization? But when I saw the list of participants, I realized that people are coming from the countries. It's not this SADC secretariat that we are dealing with. We are dealing from people from different countries. And I also reflected on my Irish childhood, and I realized that the place where I come from got water in the 70s through a donor-funded program. We were one of the first few places in the country to get tapped water. And this was realized through a funded program. And so as people's represent, and this was actually facilitated by a member of parliament who went and looked for funding, and most of the homes were connected with piped water in the mid-70s. And some of the areas in Kenya only got connected in the 90s or the year 2000s. So you can imagine how donor aid made a difference to our lives. And as people's representatives, you come from different regions, and in these different regions, there are many needs in the community. And if you would be good at fundraising, then some of those needs will be met, and lives for the people will be completely different. Yes, we can sit and do nothing and not raise any funds, but what it means is that our people have lost the opportunity to access services that they would have got through donor funds. So I'll begin to share the screen, and I want to tell you to tell me whether you are able to see the screen. And because there are times when the slides don't move, please also let me know when the slides are not moving. So can you see my screen?
Yes, Joseph.
Okay. So these are the 4 objectives that I have for this session, and I have already begun talking about the first one, the opportunity that there is in fundraising. We will look at the tension between the mission purpose and funding, the type of funding models, and the common issues in restricted and unrestricted funding. And this is a rough outline. I know you get this slide, so I don't have to take much time on this. And we begin by looking at what a grant proposal is. And the most superficial definition is that it is a request for money. But from a funder's perspective, they are looking at this as the tool that will indicate the impact that you will have on the issues that they care about. And that's why we talk about aligning with the goals of the funders. It's an investment in positive change. In funders like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation always talk about an investment. They say in this investment, we are seeking to do this. They are investing to make positive change. And from the institutional perspective, institutions are looking at their mission, and the proposals that are funded is the way in which they are able to meet their mission. Is a means of adding resources to enable the institution to fulfill their missions and goals. It's a tool that the not-for-profits use to address important issues in their communities. And others will look at it as a call to action. We want to provide sanitation to our communities. It's a call to that action, a persuasive, well-supported argument for change. It's a form of advocacy. We want to change things. It's social activism. It's not just about money. It's about change, changing the way things are done, including constitutional issues. And I begin by looking at a quotation from the Bible. We can quote any book, including the Bible. You can quote the Quran, you can quote any other book. And the Bible in James 4:2 says that you do not have because you do not ask. So when we do not ask, then we will find that we will not get. And if you are to go to that book in James 4, the next verse talks about that you ask and you do not receive because you ask with wrong motives. You have a selfish agenda, so that when you get what you want, you spend it on your own desires. So in the not-for-profit sector, it is very important to demonstrate that it is not about you as a person, but it's about the cause that you represent. That you are not asking for this money to fill your pocket, but to help the causes that you are discussing. And so why some people will ask and not get is because the person who is providing the funds can be able to lead into the motive that you are asking. But because the funders are not like God, they are not able to lead what is in their heart. They use past experience. So they will judge you or me by my past performance. That is, as an individual, as a department, as an organization, they look at how have we done with in the past, the track record that we have in managing and in performing on the programs that we have done in the past. And what normally happens is that when you demonstrate that you are a good steward and you are able to implement programs better, then you actually continue to get more funding. And something that is also in the Bible comes to pass, that he who has more will be given more, and they will have abundance. And those who do not have, even what they have will be taken away from them. So when you are not a good manager and a good steward, you end up even losing what you had received. We have cases where people receive funding and in the course of time it is withdrawn and given to other organizations. But when you manage well, you even get more. And I'm saying here that money is not the problem, but the problem, how am I moving, is identifying the sources of funding. Where do you get that funding? Because I mean, if you don't know where to get it, then you might be there without money because you don't know where to get it. It is about crafting the ask. How do I ask? And that's why we are now here to discuss proposal development, because we have had situations where even funders have come to us that this institution is doing very good work, but they can't send us a proper proposal. Can you work with them and craft the proposal? And then we'll send the money through you. And it's about where you are positioned. Is there an enabling environment for you to be able to manage those funds and to achieve the outcomes that are expected? And then because when you ask, you still need to ask next time, then there is need for demonstrating credibility so that when you ask in the future, that person will be willing to give. So why money becomes a problem is you may not have the credibility for the future ask. And we have seen organizations, they get money, or individuals, they get money, and after some time, they cannot get those people to give them more. And one of the key things you note in organizations that do well is that they continue to get funds from the same people who had funded them before. And just to continue demonstrating that money is not the problem, you can see the wealthiest charitable foundations, the kind of money that they have. And as I tell people, before I joined the not-for-profit sector, I used to ask myself, how comes these funders give money and it never gets finished? But what happens is that they invest these endowments, like you're looking at the biggest foundation having 73 billion. Bill and Melinda Gates, almost $50 billion. They will invest that money, and whatever they get as returns is what they give on an annual basis. So it never gets finished. So like Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is able to give close to $5 billion every year, $5 billion, because they are able to get like about 10% from their investments. And so with all this money in the foundations, you'll find that if you position yourself appropriately, there is enough money for most of the things that we want to do. Let's come to the governments. We are looking at official development assistance. And you find that the nations like US, the EU, the UK give so much in donor funds. And the rich countries had agreed on giving 0.7% of their gross national income as development aid, but only a few are able to keep to that. I think about 5 in this chart on the left-hand side. But even the United Kingdom, which was keeping to the 0.7, they have now reduced it to 0.5. And this is in the context of a reduced GDP of the UK. So many programs have gotten a major cut. But you can see that there are quite a number of countries giving a lot of money, including Germany. It's not just US, but US leads and has been leading for the longest time ever. And others like Japan are also significant. So if you can look like at the top 10, and that tells you where to look for your money. In terms of the top 15 receptions of donor aid, you can see that unlike what we thought before, it's not Africa that is reading, rather it's Asia. You can see India reading, and most of his support comes from Japan. Turkey is also quite high, and it's coming from the EU. Afghanistan, maybe because of the problems, and Syria, the problems there. But you can see that like Syria, most of its aid is coming from Germany. Ethiopia is also doing quite well. And you can see a few of the African countries are here in the top 15, including Kenya at number 15. And you can see now the countries, and it also shows where the interest of these countries are. So it's good to have access to this kind of data, or to review this kind of data, so that even when you are writing your plan proposals, you are clear on where to be looking for this money. And maybe before I move to the next slide, if there's any question, what I would request is that you put up your hand. You can stop me at any point, but because I'm showing my slides, I may not be able to see. Hesbon or my other colleagues will see your hand and will call on you. You can even also unmute and just speak. So up to that point, if there's any question, I would be happy to take it as I move to the next slide. Okay. One of the biggest problems or challenges that we have in the not-for-profit sector is that unlike a business, we have to think about two things. There are two value propositions. That which goes to the donor and the recipient. If you are providing, let's say, sanitation to a town, the members of that town are not likely to provide the money. But you're looking for money maybe from Japan to do this. So you have to come up with a value proposition for Japan. And there's a value proposition for the members of that country that this sewer works will change the way we manage waste in this area. Whenever we are talking about the not-for-profit establishment, I mean, even the government is included here, you have to look at your recipients or beneficiaries. But these are not necessarily the people who provide the funding. Sometimes they do, but not most of the time, and especially when we are talking about fundraising. And so you have now two models, the funding model and the business model. And in terms of how you get successful at this, it has been demonstrated through a research of 144 not-for-profit institutions that have grown over the last 30 years to about $50 million turnover in a year, that they grew because of working on their funding model, not just on the business model. And the funding model had a particular focus on a particular type of funding that was a good match for the work the organization do. And what was seen in all these organizations that have been successful was that they had substantial investment in their fundraising capacity. That means including the internal resources in the organization for doing this. So they had a good funding model and a substantial investment in the capacity to fundraise. And that's why you are in this workshop today, that you can develop your capacity to fundraise, because that fundraising is a determinant of the success in the things that you do, because the money that we have in most of the region is not enough to do all the work that is there. If you are a member of parliament, the people you represent will have so many issues they need dealt with. And the money that comes from the government is never enough, and it needs to be supplemented. Be it even in the area of education, there could be some money provided for bursaries. But those good members of parliament will also look for ways of bringing more money to educate the children from their constituency. And so they write proposals. And so that fundraising capacity becomes very important in the determinant of success for whatever you are managing, especially in this region where we don't have good incomes. I mean, most of the countries in Africa are in the low and low middle income. Very few are in the middle income. Maybe less than 5 are in the high income category. So we really need to supplement the resources that we have. And the level of philanthropy in the region is very low. So you can't just rely on what is available here. You have to look at what is out there. But the good thing is that what we are looking for is a drop in the ocean, because there's so much available out there that what Africa is accessing is very small. But of course, we have to be conscious of the fact that when we get money from these other sources, there are strings attached and there are power dynamics. And so we have to accept that he who pays the piper calls the tune. And so you may find that there are some things that you do that you would not have wanted to do, but then you have to look at the cost-benefit analysis. If you are getting money from the IMF and maybe they tell you that you have to reduce the civil service, then if you have such a big gap in your budget and you need it covered, then sometimes you have to accept, because you might not be able to meet the budget obligations. But then one of the things we have to invest in is strengthening ourselves to deal with the powers that will be, so that we are not being forced to do things that actually defeats the very purpose for which we are looking for funds. So in terms of the funding models, there are some people who have come up with 10 funding models. And these are based on the source of funds, the type of decision makers, and the motivations of decision makers. For today, I'll look at only 8, not the 10, because I felt the other 2 are not as relevant to our region. The first one is the heartfelt connector. And as I talk about this, it's for you to look at the courses that you have, because you are coming from different countries. You are coming from different situations. And you'll be raising funds for different issues, is to look at what kind of model would fit in to the money that I want to raise. So a heartfelt connector is the one that focuses on causes that resonates with the concerns, existing concerns of a large number of people. These are issues that touch the heart. Like if you are dealing with orphans, people want to support you from a wide spectrum of people, because these are issues that touches the heart. If you want to eliminate or to deal with the menace of street children, you want them to be rehabilitated, or deal with the homeless. These are causes that resonate with a large number of people. And the heartfelt connector, if you are dealing with an issue like that, allows you to fundraise even from many individuals, not just foundations and governments, but even from individuals, because the individuals feel touched by what you are doing. There's the beneficiary builder. And here we are talking about people who have benefited from the service that you provide, also coming to fund for the continuation of that service. Like in the education sector, this has been used quite a lot, where you have the alumni body continue to fund the institutions. Like now, most of us are members of an alumni body, be it the primary school you came from, the secondary school, the university. And when they call on you to contribute, you feel that that institution has made you what you are today, and you want to contribute. And through those contributions, you have subsidized services. Like the group I was in for high school, we educate one student per year. And if you consider there are several cohorts who have left school, each cohort will take one student and educate them for the whole secondary school course. Then quite a number of students who do not have school fees will get educated. It can be a hospital that you went there for an operation, and you felt touched by what that hospital did for you, and you fundraise. Like in Kenya, we have one of our cabinet secretaries doing a 50 kilometers walk to raise money for Kijabe Mission Hospital because he had an accident near that hospital where he broke so many bones, and the hospital helped him, and now he's back on his feet. So he now wants to give back to that hospital because of what they did to him. So hospitals and educational institutions are able to use the beneficiary builder. The member motivator, we're talking about members donating money because the issue is integral to their everyday life and is something from which they drew a collective benefit. We are talking about things like churches and mosques. You go and benefit from spiritual guidance from that organization or that group. And because you are a member, you contribute, because this forms part of your life. It's integral to your everyday life, and you draw a benefit from it, so you contribute. Then there's a bit better, and this is where not-for-profit will rely on major grants from a few individuals or foundations to fund its operations. And here you are looking at organizations that are dealing with very broad issues requiring a lot of finances. So for our institution, we have a doctoral program where we spend about $5 million a year. We have to rely on a few funders who have seen this as an issue that they would want to support. And so in order for us to get that money, we are betting on those funders. And some will put $1 million a year, others will put $2 million a year. And we are betting big on this. And it's a bet because if they stop giving us the money, we might not be able to run these programs. And so you have to now work very well with these funders to ensure that you still continue to realize this funding. A public provider is where to provide essential social services such as health and education. You look at the government having previously defined and allocated funding for this. And so even though it is a service the government should provide, you can have other organizations provide this and getting funding from the government. And in most of our countries, you find like the mission hospitals or hospitals that are funded through religious institutions, provide services to the public at affordable rates. And the government in some of these countries actually put money to these institutions, including mission and religious schools, because they are able to provide this service for which the government has prioritized and allocated funding. And so you can be a public provider, yet you are not public sector. You can also be a policy innovator, where you have developed novel methods to address social issues that are not clearly compatible with existing government funding programs. So you find that the government would want to deal with a social issue, but then the way the government is configured, it may not be able to deal with it. And so it will rather have people who are outside government do this. Like when it comes to the issue of dealing with maybe abandoned children, you find that most of these are dealt with by not-for-profit as opposed to government. And it's because the not-for-profit have developed good methods to address these social issues. And the government may not have developed a good mechanism. But now, occasionally, the government can invest money in these organizations that are doing what actually the government should be doing, but it is not able to develop programs that are able to cover these areas as well. There is the resource cycle, and this is an area I would challenge most of you to think about, where we can distribute surplus resources that would have otherwise gone to waste. Like on a daily basis, there is some bread that cannot be distributed and it has to be thrown away. Maybe airlines, they will have packed food. And if, let's say, there's some that has not been used, maybe it is have to be thrown away. And what we have seen, like in these countries, that some people now go to those those places where the waste is thrown and correct it and go and resell it. But you can have a resource recycler who would say, okay, all the airlines operating in this country, whatever food you are not able to use, we will come and correct it and we'll take it to where there is need. You manufacturers of foods, whatever you are not able to distribute within good time, we'll come and take it take it to the places where it is required. It could be medicine that would be about to expire, and there are some facilities that do not have this medicine. So in Africa, this model is not very well developed, but it is a model whose time is ripe and where people need to do more about it. The last one, which is the local naturalizer, is where you focus on issues such as poor schools or children in need of adult role models that are important to local communities across the country, where the government alone cannot solve the problem. So here you go to a local area and look at the issue. Maybe the children are going to leaving school to go and make local brew. What is driving them there? How can we support keeping the children in school? How can they get good role models who would make them more interested in school? So you go and work with the local community because you are dealing with issues that are pertinent to them. And the government alone cannot be able to solve these issues. So I have talked about these funding models so that when you are thinking about raising funds, you can see the kind of model that suits you. And you could look for funders that are well aligned to that model. And in other sessions where we have done this exercise to see the funding models that best suits the organization where we come from. But today we are going to avoid it because of the interpretation into the different languages. But I'll pause here to get any questions or comments before I come to the last part of my presentation. So Hesbon and my colleagues, let me know whether there are any questions or comments so far.
So far, I don't see any hand up. I don't see any question on the chat box. But if there is, please, you can just unmute yourself and ask or comment.
Are these things relevant to you from where you come from? Maybe let me ask that question. Or I'm just talking about things that are in the air. Yeah? Somebody to unmute and say something.
Joseph, some people want to talk, but they are waiting for the other person to talk. So you can just pick some randomly.
Just pick on somebody because with my screen on, I cannot even see many of the participants.
All right, thank you. So this is very random. Don't say I picked on you, but just know that you are lucky if your name is mentioned. So we're going to have Teboho handy to make a comment so far. Thank you, Teboho.
Thank you, Hesbon. Teboho handy is around. I'm a committee clerk at the National Assembly of Lesotho. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I just need a clarity on the distinction between a heartfelt connector and local neutralizer, because as far as your explanation is concerned, there is not much of a difference between the two. Secondly, there's this one, number 5, Big Better, where you talked about something like betting in order to get the sponsorship or support. So I don't know, I didn't understand well what you were actually saying. Are you saying we have to compete for that support, or what did you say? I would be very much happy if I could be assisted with these 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can take one more, then I will respond.
All right, thank you, thank you. The next person is Luziela Fernandez. Luziela. Are you there?
Good morning. Good morning. I am sorry. I don't actually have a question. I am not sure how I got myself here, but I am here. I'm listening. I'm learning. Thank you.
All right, Luziela. So let's have Josefina. I still need a female participant. I don't want to give only male participants chance. So Josefina. Can you hear me? Josefina Relay. Okay. Let's have Mariah Mombola. Maria?
Yes, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. Mine is not really a question because this is my first time. And what I really want to know is the difference between the public provider and policy innovator, and what benefit it will benefit me as a committee clerk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me take those, and before we move on, the first one was about the heartfelt connector and the local naturalizer. One, the heartfelt connector.
Sorry, Joseph. Good morning, team. I'm sorry. I thought I had my hand up, Jabulile from Eswatini. I'm sorry, Joseph.
Okay, go ahead.
We want to thank APHRC and SADC PF for such an informed session. We are truly learning, and thank you, Joseph, for such an informative presentation. I just have a question in terms of the funding models, how the difference between the policy innovator and the public provider one, and how best you can elaborate and give maybe some relevant examples. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Jabulile. Okay, so the first question was on heartfelt connector and local naturalizer. There are areas where the two are similar, in that the heartfelt connector talks about issues that touches the hearts of people, that the people would want to contribute because it's an emotive issue. It's talking about emotions. The local naturalizer, you may go deal with an issue. It's not a very emotive issue, but then you are able to demonstrate that this is an issue that needs to be dealt with at the local level. So the major difference is that the heartfelt connector is something emotive all the time, that and it is across different people. It is not localized. So we are looking at when you talk about something like maybe feeding the hungry. Let's say like when we have a famine in a country, it's something that touches the heart of people across the globe. But you may not now go to the hungry and tell them, can we fundraise? Or can we work together to get food? So that's now where the difference comes in, because the local naturalizer is where you go and look at issues at the local level and convince the people that these are issues we need to deal with, and work with them on those issues so that they are actually also part of the people providing the funding. They might not give you the money, but they can provide their labor, they can provide their materials, some can provide money. So with the heartfelt connector, the beneficiaries are really involved in the funding, whereas in the local naturalizer, the beneficiaries are also involved. Then there was the big better. Well, it's just a word that was coined, big better. It's like your chances of getting the funding are dependent on these funders providing substantial amounts from you. And what you find is that with most not-for-profit, which are 100% funded by donors, they are betting on a few big funders. Like for APHRC, we did an analysis and realized that 80% of our funding is coming from about 6 funders. Yet we have like 50 funders. So this actually follows the rule of the 80-20 rule, or the Pareto 80-20 rule, the Pareto principle, where you find that 20% of your funders are giving you 80%. And this also informs the kind of engagement that you should have with these funders, that you have to really focus on them because they are very key to you. If those funders who are the minority leaves, you are in trouble. And so you have to consistently captivate them. So you are betting on them continuing to provide you with the funding. So it is not like the betting in the literal sense where you are now just playing a game. But actually, you have to, fundraising is both an art and a science. It's like you have to come up with systems and processes to ensure that those who are your key funders, where you are betting big time on, are happy, because if they are not, you are in big trouble. So I don't know whether that answers you. The person who asked if you are not happy, we can still try to go further on it. But you see, this is like the first time somebody trying to bring out the models. So they used the word big better. Maybe it could be called another name, but that's what it explains. In terms of the public provider and the policy innovator, the public provider is more about provision of services that the government ordinarily provides. But then you also now determine that you will also provide the same services. And because the government is actually the main provider of that service, they might decide to put money into you because you are supplementing their provision. But the policy innovator is where you realize that the government has an issue they are struggling with. They have a policy to do this thing, but in their mechanism, they are not able to innovate and see how to provide for this. Like in the US, they wanted to deal with the issue of the homeless. And because somebody realized that the government wants to deal with this, but they are not able to come up with a good way of dealing with it, then you take now that pronouncement, that policy by the government, and come up with an innovative way of dealing with it. And there was an organization that was started for housing the homeless. It was started by the son of the governor to the New York, the governor of New York State. And that organization quickly grew to become a $60 million organization because they noticed that the states in the US would want to deal with this issue, but they have no good way of doing it. It's policy, but it is not happening. So how can I now innovate and come up with a way to deal with it? I don't know whether there's another question that I didn't deal with. Hesbon, did I deal with the questions?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
I don't see any other hand? Yeah.
Okay. So we'll still have another question and answer session at the end, so we can still come back to this. I'm just about to finish. I had an hour, and I think I have like 6 minutes to go. So there are many types of...
Just, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes?
Yeah, I know, sorry, I was just saying that you still have about 30 minutes because of question and answer time. So just gauge yourself accordingly.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. But I will not take the whole 30 minutes. I will try and finish and leave some time for us to have other discussions regarding the things that are discussed. So maybe in presentation, I'll take a maximum of another 15 minutes and I'll be done. As we talk about proposals, there are different types and dependent on sometimes the length. Like when somebody knows you very well, they are also very familiar with the idea. They might not require a full proposal. They might just ask you. Somebody speaking?
Yes, can you display the presentation on the, can you make the presentation, can you display it on the Zoom meeting?
It's not displayed.
Yeah, I can't.
It is displayed on my end. I don't know others.
Okay.
Others experiencing issues.
Yeah, it's okay now. It's okay
displaying
now.
on my end.
Okay, because it is your setting. You have to set your Zoom to be able to hide. Maybe you are seeing the faces and you have left no space for the presentation. Okay. So a letter proposal is where you do something very short, just requesting for the monies, because the funder is very clear on what you want to do. They also know the organization fairly well. So it's like, we just ask, can you send a letter requesting for $50,000 US? So that is the simplest of the proposals, because it's like they already want to fund you. It's just that they need something to show that you have made the request. And then there are funders who will want people to place a letter of inquiry or a letter of intent before proceeding to the full application. So the funder wants you to know how many people will be interested in applying for an upcoming competition, so that they know that we'll have 10 people sending proposals. So they will now send out that request for intent. And that request for interest will summarize the proposal, just like the letter proposal does. And it can take different formats. it can be a full, concise summary, or it can even follow guidelines set by the funder, where they have told you fill these blanks. They have asked particular questions and you go filling in those questions. So it's usually good when this happens because it eliminates the competition, because those who did not respond to the letter of inquiry or the letter of intent will not participate in the full proposal. And also sometimes when people present these letters of inquiry, some are eliminated and they are not invited for the full proposal. The full proposal is a lengthier document, often with proscribed forms and attachments. And we've said it's between 5 to 25 pages. Most funders don't want very long proposals. So the main proposals will hardly go beyond 25 pages. But then because of the many other documents that they request and questionnaire that you may also need to fill in, you may find a proposal, the whole package might be even 200 pages. But the proposal itself might be like in the region of 25 pages. Sometimes you may be asked to send a concept note, and it's a summary of a proposal containing brief description of your project. It will have an introduction, background, the objectives, the results you intend to achieve, and the budget. And this is usually short, like 2 to 3 pages. So these are the different ways in which the funders will ask you to respond. And whatever the way you are asked to respond, then you respond accordingly. The other thing I also want to discuss is the initial proposals and grants. I say grants because they are proposals when you're asking for funding, and they become grants when you are funded. So there's the issue of competition. We've already talked a little bit about it, that there might be restricted competition where only a few are invited, and this may be shortlisted following the letters of intent. Or the funder might just decide, I know that these 5 organizations are the ones that are doing a lot of work in this area, so I'm only inviting these 5. But then there might also be a single invitation where you are the only one who are invited. And these are the best kind of proposals, because when you are the only one invited, the funder will even work with you to improve the proposal so that it is funded, because unless they decide not to continue with the idea, it's only you who they want to fund for this. And the success rate is usually about close to 100%. In terms of restricted competition, the success rate now goes higher, because if 5 have been invited and you are one of the 5, your chances of success goes up to 20% automatically. And if you do your proposal very well, maybe your chances of success can go up to 50%. But then there's a competitive one, and where government bodies like USAID, SIDA, IDRC sometimes are compelled, and we also have DFID, are sometimes compelled by the government policy to make it fully competitive. So you will now find that you are competing maybe 200 organizations. And here, the process is pretty difficult. You have to invest quite a lot to beat the competition. But what I would also want to say is that even when it's a competitive process, it's sometimes competitive on paper, but in practice, it is not. You might be responding to a USAID call, and maybe they know that the winner has to come from these 3 organizations. So the rest of you are just escorting the others, because these 3 organizations were involved even in defining the call parameters. They wrote the call together with the funder. These are also some of the institutions that are already implementing the current program on that area. So it is a renewal. So they have already demonstrated that they can be able to do this kind of work. And for you to perform well in a competition, you have to engage the funders. And even before the competition is out, that they are inviting for calls, that they already know you, they already know what you do, and they can buy into your ideas. And so this is where cultivation of funders becomes very critical, even when they are competitive. And what some of the organizations do is that as they have their programs, they will go selling these programs to the funders. And these funders, as they are thinking of interventions, they will actually end up incorporating some of the ideas we have run from the people who will be in the competition. And so when you now, the competition is now happening, some of the people have an advantage because they have already informed the request that was there. Then now coming to grants, the grants that we end up getting end up being for a specific project, or a program, or general. So those are the 3 categorization. And those categorization brings with them the restriction. So if it is a project grant, it is restricted to that project. If it's a project on water provision, maybe you are building dams, then you cannot go and maybe at the same time provide sewer, because it's restricted to that project. But then it might be a broader program that is talking about sanitation, water and sanitation. So the funding is restricted to water and sanitation issues. And so you can have water, you can have sanitation. So it's that whole program, it's restricted to that program, but it may not go to education because it is restricted to that program. But then there are times when an organization, a funder will feel that they are very happy with the work you do. And they tell you that whatever we are giving you is not restricted. You can use it for any project, for any program, for your admin process, as long as it's within what you do. It is not restricted. So we then have unrestricted grants. And these are the best grants, but the rarest forms of grants, because most funders would want to restrict you in what you do. But occasionally you have a few who tells you this money is to be used by the parliament in Zambia for any programs they want to do. And you are so happy because anything you want to do will fall under this. And I want to say that the nature of proposals largely impact on proposal cost, because like I talked about where it is a competitive proposal, that you invest highly because the competition is so steep. I mean, sometimes you even hire consultants to write the proposal. Consultants who are maybe familiar with EU funding streams. And because you want to win, and so you have to invest a lot of money. When it is unrestricted, this is a funder who has bought into you. And so you don't have to spend a lot of money convincing them. They are already convinced. you are preaching to the choir. So basically, you don't have to do much. But then when it is, let's say, a specific project, maybe that project, you might even need some feasibility studies done, and you have to bring a consultancy team to demonstrate that this project is viable. So the proposal cost will be dependent on the type of grants and proposals. And one other thing that I also wanted to talk about is about the indirect costs and how it affects funding. So in proposals budget, there will be what is programmatic, and there will be those things that you cannot trace to the program. They are called indirect costs or overheads. And the funders have their philosophy on this. The US federal agencies will say that if you don't have what we call negotiated indirect cost recovery agreement with them, you can only claim 8%. So even though your indirect cost may be 20%, you'll only end up getting 8%. Others will say we'll provide 15%. Others will say, like the Hewlett Foundation, say that we don't have any limits on indirect cost. You can put in any figure, even if it's 40% indirect, as long as it's your true overhead cost. So even the way you write these proposals is determined by the funder's philosophy on this. What we have done as an institution like APHRC, because we are cognizant of the kind of philosophy that is there generally, we have tried to devolve some of the administrative processes. Like we'll have things, areas like program administration being within the program so that it is charged as part of the program cost, because it can be traced to the program. Even some of the accounting, the program accounting can be traced to the program. And so whatever remains now in general or overhead or indirect cost becomes more, so that even when we are receiving a lower percentage, we are able to make do with that. So as you write your proposals, consider what is the funder's philosophy on indirect cost. How does it change the way you present yourself? And finally, this is my last slide. In today's sessions, we will be looking at, no, not today, in the course of the week, we will be looking at the components of a grant proposal. And there are so many components, and different components, different sessions will look at different components, and I don't want to dwell on this. These are the 10 areas and where they are covered. And so in the course of time, you interact with all these. So I would, okay, this is the reference for the 10 non-profit funding models that I used from the Stanford Social Innovation Review. I was not able to come across others, but maybe others will come up, other people will theorize on this area, and we might have other funding models. And I'm also inviting you to theorize and maybe come up with different other models. So that's where I want to leave it. Thank you so much for your attention. I'll now take your questions and comments, and maybe I could stop sharing the screen unless somebody has a question relating to the presentation. So over to you, Hesbon, to moderate this question and answer session.
Yeah, don't stop sharing. Continue sharing just in case. Jabulile's hand was up for some time, but I assumed that it was old hand. But let me confirm now that that was old hand and not a new one that we ignored. Jabulile.
I'm sorry, Tim, it was the previous raising. It's not up now. I'm sorry.
It's okay, but you can use the opportunity if you have a question now that we have called your name.
What I can briefly say is that I'm learning a lot from this, and I've learned a lot. And I really think Joseph is doing a good job. For now, I cannot raise a question. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Jabulile. All right, now anybody, you are out there. If you want me to continue with this random selection, I could, but let me not go for it. So I just want people to make comments, ask questions based on the content we've just covered. So go ahead. You just unmute, or you can raise up your hand, whichever you're comfortable with.
Thank you. I would like the, hello? You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. And can you just do your video so that we see who is asking the question? If it's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to ask if the presenter can come back on the nature of competition and the general grants in how they are managed. And secondly, on the indirect costs, I think I didn't get much on that one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jailosi. Joseph, you got the question.
Well, maybe if you could clarify the first question on competition and nature of grant. What is it that you want to understand?
Jailosi.
Yeah, thank you very much. Many on competitive and restrictive and unrestricted competition, and the on general project grants. I think I didn't get you much there. I didn't get you clear on that one. Yeah.
Okay.
Joseph, do you want to take a few more?
Yeah, I can take all of them and come back one time.
Okay, good. All right, other questions, please, or comments? It doesn't have to be a question. You could just make some comments too, just like Jabulile did. Please represent your organization. If you are here and you are quiet, then that is not good. I'm just reminding you what you know. So if you continue to be quiet, I'm just going to pick.
Joseph.
Yes.
This is Debo Hendy from Lesotho.
Yes, Debo.
I experienced a network problem, so I was out for some time. I was asking if we are going to be giving the presentations at the end of the workshop.
Yes, Debo, we will share the slides. All the slides will be shared with the participants.
Thank you, Joseph.
That was Hesbon. Joseph is the one who was presenting, but thank you all the same. Elizabeth, do you have a question? We want to hear your voice. Elizabeth, Andreas?
Good morning, colleagues. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I joined late, but I I picked up some points. Anyhow, the questions that I had is answered. I wanted to ask if we would be given presentations, but it was already answered.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Arthur Moke. Oh, sorry, Arthur is one of our interpreters. So sorry, Arthur, I'll skip. I'll go to Frank Hill Njala. And if I mispronounce, please correct me.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Well, my name is Frank Hilde Njala. I've been following, it's quite interesting. I was just looking at them. I didn't really have a question per se, but since you called my name, let me say something.
Good.
I was looking at the two types of proposal, the letter proposal and the letter of inquiry. When Joseph was trying to explain, it seems like the only difference in it, is it only the length? Because the letter of inquiry, it's more detailed compared to the letter proposal? Or what others that makes the letter proposal differ from the letter of inquiry? Or does that mean that the letter proposal, it doesn't provide the interest and allow the funder of the intended and summarize the project? I want to that difference between the two to come out clearly. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Frank Hill. Your question is noted. Joseph, do I get one more?
Yeah, the last one.
All right. Okay, the last one is going to be from Ifoma Hamabele. Ifoma Hamabele.
Hello, good morning.
Morning.
I don't really have a question. I think my question will come as we go on in other presentations. I would like to have a deeper understanding on how I come from the Zambian parliament, how parliaments can actually make themselves attractive for funding, because most of our products or our functions are not very tangible. So in a competitive world, I think it's a bit challenging to talk about governance processes and convince a donor. So for me, as we go ahead, I think I'll have questions around that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think, Joseph, you could take on those ones.
Thank you so much for your comments and questions. Let me begin with the one on the type of grants and proposals. And I would want, if you could put on a piece of paper a table with the three words in first column: project, program, and general. And then on the second column, grant type. So the first one is okay. I'm trying to get maybe a title for that. Okay, put the first column you put grant type, and the second column nature of restriction. So what you will see is for project grants, the nature of restriction is full restriction. You are restricted to only that project, whatever you define in the project. It's not broad. You have to only do exactly what is in that project. Then you come to the second type, and I hope I'm still audible. Hello?
Hello? Yes, you are. Hello?
Okay. Okay, because something changed on my screen and I don't know what happened. Okay, so the second type of a grant is a program grant. And the nature of restriction is partially restricted. So you are restricted, but you are restricted within a broader area, that is a program. So this is where if, let's say, if you have health programs, there are many health programs. Each of them would be a project. So the first one is where you are restricted within that particular project. But now the second one is you are restricted to the area of health. All the projects and the health can be done with the money coming from this. So you are restricted within a program, not a project. Then the last one, which is general, you are not restricted at all. As long as there's something in line with your mission, you can do it without money. So that's maybe the way I would look at it to make it more clear. Then there was the question on indirect cost. For those of you who have written proposals, you will find that as you do your budget, there will be costs that we say they are above the line, they are direct. You can trace them to the projects. And there will be costs that are below the line. You cannot trace them directly to the project, but they are still costs. So like now, in every organization, you will have things like human resource management. So when the human resources are coming up with things to support the staff within the organization, they cannot be able to attribute their work to a particular project or program, but it is general. Maybe something like audit, it covers the whole organization, but you cannot say the annual audit, it covers, it is going to be covered by this project 5%. It is hard to be able to make attribution. So this ends up being what we call indirect cost of all overhead. But because funders have different limitations in terms of indirect cost, then the person writing the proposal and doing the proposal budget have to organize themselves to fit within the restriction that is provided. And that's why I talked about many funders telling you, we can only give you this percentage. Some will tell you, maybe we don't even provide any indirect cost. So you have to put everything as indirect cost. So I was just bringing this because it is one of the complex issues that we have to deal with when we write proposals. Then there was the question about a letter of inquiry and a letter proposal. What is the difference? The difference is that with the letter of inquiry, most of the time, it will have emanated from the funder asking you to provide particular information about your proposal. And most of the time, it is not restricted to one organization. Whereas the letter of proposal, it's something that has been specifically asked for from one organization. So in terms of the letter of inquiry, there'll be more organizations, but you might find the content might be almost the same. But in the letter of inquiry, most of the funders will also prescribe what will be in that letter of inquiry. Unlike a letter proposal where it is a free-flowing prose where you just talk about your proposal the way you want, but the letter of inquiry might have certain limitations that you have to put these particular details, and maybe even the number of words. I want 200 words in this section. This other one, 500 words. So there's more prescription in the letter of inquiry, unlike the letter proposal, but they are more or less the same thing. There was a very interesting question on how Parliament can make itself attractive to funders. And you know, Parliament is the legislative arm of government. So you are passing legislation. What normally happens is that there are legislations that are very important to funders, to particular funders, and they actually support the process. So I would say there are areas that are pertinent and that have funders having an agenda in those areas. Let's come to an area like sexual and reproductive health. I'll tell you that that is a very attractive area to funders. And so when parliamentarians are looking at this issue and they want to pass legislation of not leaving anyone behind, or doing something like comprehensive sexual education in schools, you are, as Parliament, you are very attractive and you can easily get funding. But there are other areas that are not as sexy. And so what you do is to try and show what is innate, especially for the common man. So maybe you are coming up with an agricultural policies, and maybe the country from where you come from is being affected by subsidies being given by developed countries, such that your products cannot access their market. So the way to do it is to make it an emotive issue and to bring examples from the grassroots. So you can show how, let's say, farmers are having to pour milk because they cannot be able to sell their, what do you call this thing? Is it cheese? They cannot be able to sell their cheese because the developed countries have put a lot of subsidies on this cheese. So when there is overproduction of milk, instead of some of it being made into cheese, then the farmers are pouring it. They can't meet their cost. You can show how they have lost their livelihood, simply because there are protectionist policies that have been put. So, in other words, what I'm trying to say is that whenever you want to be attractive, show the vulnerability of the people that you want to support. And many people are able to see this. Like now, when the UK has reduced its funding, most of the people are looking at how, like, refugees are suffering and how the UK is responsible for maybe refugees dying. So UK will now look at it, okay, actually we reduced it, but perhaps we can't reduce it for the refugees because this issue is very emotive. So Parliament is able to mobilize resources by trying to make the issues emotive, where we are talking about the COVID vaccine and how some countries have vaccines expiring, whereas in Africa, we don't, like in this country, we have done the first injection, but we are not sure when we'll get the second ones because the US has refused to export materials to India to have the AstraZeneca vaccine manufactured in big numbers, and also considering the situation in India. So Parliament can be able to lobby to get other governments see the need to help remove some of the barriers that are there, So that's the way I would look at it from where I sit. Of course, I've never even entered Parliament. I don't know how it works. I only see it on TV. But I'm just giving examples from where we sit. Over.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much for responding to those questions. Sorry, go ahead. Yes, Joseph?
Oh.
Okay. All right. So we have come to the end of the first session. Can we just unmute and appreciate our facilitator? Or you can use the, all right, good. So we'll take a break for 30 minutes. And that means East African time, we will come back for the next session at 1 Central African time at noon. So let's get back together in about 30 minutes. Thank you very much. And that is identifying relevant funders calls by our colleague Stella. Stella, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
On slideshow?
Not yet.
There? Can you see?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Stella Chege, and I am a grants officer at APHRC. Welcome to the second session, and this session is titled Identifying Relevant Funders and Calls. So this particular session is mostly something that we will go through, and as fundraisers, and I'm considering this particular team that is on this group as fundraisers, or people who are generally interested in getting extra sources of financing for their particular projects. We'll be going through different steps to understand what the fundraising process is like. But also, as I'm going through the slides, I would like to bring everyone's attention to understand that these are, what I will be presenting are processes, systems, and some of my learnings that I have put together over the years as I've worked as a grants officer. Some of them may be familiar to you, others not. I encourage all of us that if you see any similarities or points of convergence, that we, at the end of the session, that we share that amongst ourselves, and also in this after the session rather. So. So the objectives of the course or this session, number one is to identify potential funders and gather information on their funding interests. Now, as fundraisers, one of the things that we have to be, and we are cognizant about, is that there are so many funders out there. And the previous speaker has told us there's lots and lots of money out there. But the most important thing is that we need to know what are their funding interests and do those match what we are interested in our different working areas. Another thing that we will be able to do at the end of this session is to look at ways in which we can make our ideas fundable. What makes that extra, what gives our proposal that extra kick that a funder would be able to put money or to invest money in that particular project. Number three, we will also look at the proposal guidelines and applications to understand what funders' interests usually are.
And that's very, very important. And the previous speaker also began this conversation. So this is not something that we are going to go into we're not going to go back into what he was talking about, but really we're going to try and understand what funders usually look at. And then lastly, we will look at how best we can put together a list of funders that will be beneficial for us, our projects, and our work. I'd like to also encourage all of us, as I go through the slides, if you see, if you would like to comment, if you would like to give in your contributions as well to make these more sessions more interactive, please do so. Stop me wherever you feel that I need to stop. My colleagues will also look at the chat boxes just to make sure that all of us are following and we're all understanding what we are going through this afternoon. So I'd like to begin my presentation with that particular picture or that cartoon, that illustration. And I want to take a few minutes in which all of us can have a look at that picture. And we can see that gentleman or that cartoon man who has his head, who has his hands on his head, and he looks like he's a bit frustrated because he's trying to target somewhere, but that target, every time when he feels or he just thinks that he's about to get to that target moves. And I want to liken this to the fact that fundraising is the same way every single day. For experienced fundraisers and people who are also starting to fundraise, fundraising is and can be a challenge. That's one thing that we need to be aware of. So if you've been feeling within your workspaces that you're having challenges, you're having difficulties in narrowing down to one particular funder, I just want to let you know that you're in the right course, you are in the right session, because this is not something that should be taken for granted, but it actually happens. And the previous speaker also spoke about the fact that, you know, there's so much money out there. There's so many different funders, but it seems that it's impossible to sort of narrow down to a particular funder. And when we narrow down to that funder, it also seems difficult to get that funder to commit to our projects, right? So what we're going to do the next sessions is to try and understand how best can we go through these sources of funding, those different sources of funding, wherever you get them from, and how can we target, how can we actually make sure that we have one funder or several funders for that matter who fund our projects. But first of all, we'd like to begin with understanding that fundraising is a science. So if you think about any science as it is, number one, it has a set of rules, it has steps, it has guidelines that must be followed, and it's similar to fundraising. Fundraising has a set of rules, it has guidelines which have to be followed. Fundraising also requires technique, strategy, skills, and practice on how to design a fundable idea. Now, this may be similar, this may be familiar to us. And like I said, please think about it. And at the end of the session, we will be able to give our own experiences and share how we've been able to navigate, how we put together different techniques, strategy, skills, and practice on how we can design an idea that has been funded. Fundraising is also a series of documented learnings that are similar to scientific disciplines, and which is what we've spoken about earlier. Fundraising is also an art. So as an art, it's the thing that we're trying to understand is that we need to know how to implement the strategies, the techniques, when and why and by whom. And in the previous session, we had questions that were leading to this. It's how do we put together strategies, techniques, when and how should we put together some of these strategies. Again, fundraising is also taking what works and innovatively customizing it to suit our needs and that of the funder, and that's very, very important. Essentially, what those two slides are talking about is really we have to be aware of the fact that there are certain rules, there are certain regulations, there are certain strategies that we have to put together. Not everything can be done at the same time, but fundraising is something that needs a lot of practice. It needs a lot of people who understand how best we can put the institutional needs together with that of the funder, so that we can be able to know that our projects are going to be funded. So fundraising at this point here, I'd like to also emphasize that fundraising is something that does not happen in a day. So for example, we cannot wake up today and say we are going to write a proposal and get funded for it today. Fundraising is a process. It takes groups and groups of people, different groups of people who have different skills, who have different techniques, bringing them together, making sure that they can all contribute towards the end goal, which is writing a proposal that is fundable. We will see that in the next sessions as we continue. So where do we get these funding sources from? Okay. The first picture that I showed as I was starting my presentation was of that person who is having a bit of difficulty to sift through to find where to get funding sources from. So as I explained earlier, my role at APHRC, the position is grants officer, and my role is also to make sure that we have, making sure that I understand the funding, different funding opportunities that are out there that are applicable to what APHRC does programmatically, that is. So one of the places where I would usually say is my number one to go to website is funds for NGOs. Now, by nature, APHRC is an NGO. So for that reason, that is my first website to go to. What I really like about funds for NGOs is because it gives different funders, it gives overviews of different funders, what their funding portfolio looks like for the different regions in which we work, as well as different programmatic or thematic areas, if you like. And I believe that because most of us here are in the governance sector, that is also well covered under funds for NGOs. So at the end of this session, take your time, scroll through this website, have a look at it, and see how it gives user-friendly information to make you understand who the funders are, what their interests are, and what their funding portfolio looks like. How much money are they willing to invest in different areas? Another website is DevEx. The website is there. There's also the United Nations Global Marketplace and the US government funds. So those are different websites that I interact with often to make sure that we are aware of who the funders are that are applicable to us as APHRC. Other places in which you can also get funding resources, places that are not your usual sources, email listings, okay, WhatsApp groups from peer networks and within our professional circles. I want to take this opportunity to also encourage us that even as we are in different WhatsApp groups, that we use that to further our professional work and our professional projects. Another place that we can look for funding is annual reports of peer institutions. Now, this is very, very important. And I want to ask you, which you don't have to respond to right now, but how often do we take our time to read annual reports of institutions that sort of have the same, that we consider our peers? At the end of these annual reports at the back, they're usually acknowledgement statements or maybe sources of information that indicate that this particular work for this particular organization was made possible by funder X, Y, and Z, okay? And that kind of information can really be beneficial to you as a person who is a fundraiser in your organization, because that can give you leverage to know who the funders in your sector are and what they're willing to fund, and similarities to the different organizations that you consider as peers. Another thing, and I'm very sure that most of us in our positions, we travel a lot, and our institutions send us to different conferences, meetings, to become ambassadors rather of our institutions. And that's also a good place to also network amongst peers, for people to know what you're interested in, and for you to also get an opportunity to know what are the funding pots that are available for your sector. Donor newsletters, that's also a good place to also find funding sources. And like I said, by nature, because my job dictates that I work on this on a daily, I have subscribed to different funding donor newsletters. And so for that reason, that comes to me and I can be able to sift through and understand maybe the different priorities that they want to get into, or maybe where they're pulling back on and what their strategies usually are. Lastly, on this slide, one of the bullet points that is highlighted is the fact that a funder is also a champion of our work. And the previous presenter said that in the event that one of the things that we need to do is, once a funder gives us money to do our work, we should not think of this person as just somebody who gives you a pot of money and then they run away, but we should think about them as a partner. And when you think about the word partner in itself, a partner is somebody that can walk hand in hand with you, somebody who supports you, somebody who would be able to challenge you in a good way, and somebody who would be able to give you feedback, if need be. So if as people, as custodians, we are given money by a funder, our number one task here, to make sure that if we get money from a funder, our number one task is to make sure that we implement our projects according to the way we have agreed with the funder, making sure that we are in compliance with what the funder is requesting us to do, and making sure that we deliver on time. My experience has taught me that funders speak to funders, and they speak a lot amongst themselves. So if we are given a pot of money and we do not implement on time, we maybe embezzle funds here and there, or put aside funds here, or maybe use it for what it was not supposed to be used for. Funders speak to each other, and we do not want to get into bad books with our funders, especially if you get one who is generous, to support your work. So let's take this opportunity, if we get money from a funder, to use a funder as leverage to get exposed and more open to this funder speaking on our behalf and speaking only in good terms, so that we can get more and more funding for our work. So then, now the next question we ask ourselves, so then how do we get these funders? Okay, so we've gone through the series where to get them from. We've now probably tried to understand what their different objectives are, and we are trying to see how we can align this to making sure that our projects align to what the funder requests are. The number one thing, and I cannot ever overemphasize this, is that you have to understand what the funder's objectives are, and that is very, very critical. And that's why I've highlighted in the slides that we've got to study, and overstudy. There is no end to this study of a funder's objectives, because funders' objectives change, and it's important for us because we are the people who are in charge of different projects where we work, and we're looking for additional money to fund our projects. We've got to understand what the funders' objectives are, okay? Another thing is also we need to target funders. We can't target everybody, but we can target somebody. And that's where we need to start. And the only way we can find that out is if we align our objectives, our institutional objectives, together with that of the funders. Another thing we need to look into is to making sure that the funders give us grants the size we can manage, okay? Not all funders different funders have different mechanisms. We had that in the first session. Some of them give $50,000 for a duration of time, and others give maybe much more. So we've got to be aware of how best our institutions, what capacity can our institutions manage. Of course, there is ambition. We would all like to get all the millions that are out there to be able to help us to implement our projects, but we also have to become more self-aware of what we can manage. And this is built over time, okay? Another thing, the last thing I'd really like to emphasize is like places like Funds for NGOs, also that's the website that I highlighted earlier, have intelligence gathering features that provide early funding highlights before the official publication of a grant is out. And this is where the previous speaker was also speaking about competitive versus non-competitive applications, or rather, as fundraisers, we need to be a step ahead to make sure that we know who are the funders who are interested in our region, okay? We have also got to know how much money they are willing to invest at the end of the day. And this information is very, very helpful and very, very good, because then you can begin to start having conversations with funders even before they put out an official publication out, because that gives you as an institution leverage to make sure that if there's going to be a cutoff of how many people or how many institutions they will be looking at, then maybe you stand a chance to make sure that you're amongst the top 3 or maybe the top 5 institutions. And obviously you have more leverage to get the funding. So then the next thing we are trying to explore here, we're going to explore, is how do we prove that our idea is fundable? So really, what is our story here? Okay, this is very, very important. All our projects are very, very important, but then how do we develop them, or we put them together, or we weave together all the strategies, all the skills, all the knowledge that we have gathered over time to make sure that this is appealing. This is something that is of interest to a funder that we have targeted. This is very, very important. So if you look at this gentleman on the bottom right-hand column, he's trying to look at, you know, what really makes plants grow, okay? So what kind of food is really needed here? And in a similar fashion, we need to ask ourselves some of these questions. And here we are asking ourselves the WH questions, okay? What is the problem or the idea that I want to examine or address? Okay, we have so many problems. We live in Africa. We have the burden of all the socio-economic, political, and so many other aspects, problems that we have. However, we cannot solve everything, but we can solve something. And so here it's very, very important that we are aware of what is this that we really want to examine and make it very, very clear. Okay. Another thing, why is it important? And to whom is it important? Is it important because the livelihoods of our communities are affected? Okay. Is it important in trying to understand, you know, to change a certain policy that will affect people overall? We need to be very, very aware of who the beneficiaries are and present it in a way to a funder that says, if they do not fund this particular project, then so many other bad things are going to happen in our communities that we are trying to help. And then we also need to look at what projects have been done previously, and then bring out the nuance of why is our particular project more necessary to be funded, and how does it continue the work of that particular thematic issue or challenge that we are facing in our workplaces, in our communities as well. So really, like I explained earlier, this is where we are trying to explore the WH questions, and really to make sure that we state the problem, we state the known, we describe the gap, okay, which is what I've explained earlier, and why it is important to fill this particular gap. The next step for us is once we have found an opportunity and we have written a proposal, it is now how best do we analyze the different proposal guidelines and applications. We have so many funders all over the world. We have foundations, we have businesses, we have governments who fund, and different governments fund differently. And so many funders have very many different guidelines and application processes. So the number one thing we need to be aware of is that grant writing is like playing a game, okay? That's the one thing we need to be aware of. And you can see that gentleman here who's trying to play golf, okay? So he's trying to play the game here, and he's got to understand the rules, and he has to get the rules. He has to know the rules. And in a similar fashion as fundraisers, we have got to get the guidelines. And each funder has different guidelines on how application processes should happen. Another thing is once we get the guidelines is to read and understand the guidelines. There's no two-way about this. We have to read and understand. And this is not a one-day affair. It's not a once-off affair. This is a continuous process and may even involve different people to interpret what the different guidelines that funders have put in place on paper to be well understood. And then lastly, we have got to, as fundraisers, follow the guidelines, because guess what? It's their money. They come with the rules. We have to follow the rules. Sorry about that. Another thing when we are writing proposals and also analyzing the guidelines and application processes is to always consider our audience. Now, for people who have taken a stab at trying to fundraise or written applications before, sometimes we get into this, we get trapped in this where we overuse jargon or we use very many complicated words because yes, we are knowledgeable and we work in this sector, okay? But from my experience, the thing that I would like to pass on during this session is that the reviewers who look at our proposals, mostly you'd get 80, maybe 80%, mostly are people who just have general interests about socioeconomic issues, okay? So they're not really subject matter experts, but rather they're people who may have pots of money that they would like to give to different people to be able to change their societies, you know, and also to change certain things that are happening in society. So as much as possible as we can, avoid jargon, but as we're avoiding jargon, do not water down your message, okay? Do not water it down to an extent that it looks like maybe we are very new in trying to understand. So it's really a skill and a balance that you have to do between the two, using jargon versus trying to make your ideas or your proposals much more clearer for people who are not subject matter experts. Another thing we need to be aware of is that we need to get the reader's attention right from the start. We cannot expect reviewers who have thousands and thousands of applications to go through a proposal that is, if each proposal is about 25 pages, to try and find what the message is in between, in the middle. But we really want to capture the reader's attention right from the word go. Another thing is to follow the specifications. This is very, very important. Different organizations have different formats in which they they convey messages in their communication, okay? Maybe, for every government structure that is in this session, maybe you use Times numeral or something else, or Arial, but it's important that we're also very specific and are aware of what different funders would want their documents to be, what fonts they would like to see their documents that are going to come in for review. And then the last thing, or rather the second last thing that I'd like to emphasize here, because fundraising fundraising is something that happens not in a day, but happens over time, we need to plan ahead on everything that we do. So if we have the guidelines, we have read the guidelines, the next thing is to make sure that we are aware of all the documents or attachments that would be put together with our proposals that would make sure that our proposals are in compliance with the request as from the funder. And some of these documents include institutional documents, such as maybe registration documents. But if that's not applicable to you, you might have a proposal or a funder who is requesting for CVs of the proposed team that is going to work on the project. Some funders also request for cover letters. That's just a letter of introduction that would introduce the funder to to your organization, or also capacity statements. And capacity statements are like a 2 to 3 page document that gives an overview of what the organization is all about, some of the success projects it has done, and where it wants to go as an organization. So this is very, very important that we are aware way before the application deadline to make sure that we have all these documents put together and ready for submission, when it's needed. And the last thing is to note the deadlines and to respect them religiously. So what I was trying to convey here is just to bring it closer to home, if maybe I may have lost somebody along the way. I want you to think about a time as a person that you have sent out an application, or rather you've seen a job advert, and what you're trying to do here is to make sure that you get the job. So you have narrowed down on this particular organization, you have seen the job offer, you've seen the job advert, and now it's trying to align what your skills, your skill sets are, who you are as a person, and what else you can bring to the organization, rather to the funder, that would make sure that to the organization rather, that would make sure that you stand out as the best candidate, and for you to be invited as a candidate for an interview, and subsequently to get the job. So as we are digesting the slides, please also think about it in some of the things that you do on a day-to-day. I've given one example, which is looking for a job. So essentially, it's putting your best foot forward, making sure that as you put your best foot forward, it's for success. And success here means that we get money or funding that is going to support our work in one way or another. The other thing that we need to be very, very aware of is when we're looking at proposal guidelines and also writing our applications is plagiarism. And plagiarism is using work that has been done previously and not acknowledging it and it from the reader's perspective, it would look like it is our own work. I'm sure in our work we have come across this. If not, then maybe when you were at the university, maybe, or in a technical college, you may have come across this where your lecturer was advising that you always have to be cognizant and acknowledge work that has been previously done. Now, one of the things that we need to be aware of is in as much as funders might not be subject matter experts, they are also very, very aware of what is happening in the region, in our countries, okay? And that is why they've decided to invest in our countries, in our different regions, on the subject matter experts that they have fronted. So funders know what is happening, and we should not take it for granted that they do not know. Should be very, very aware that we are coming from the funders are coming from a point of we know, and that is why we are putting our money here. And what we would like to do is partner with you as an organization here to make sure that we address those challenges that we are facing in our communities, in our societies. So I think I have mentioned this, the rest of the points as I was going through the previous slides. So I've come to the end of my presentation. And just to recap, fundraising is both an art and it's also a science. I've gone through the different characteristics of what makes it a science, also what makes it an art. And here we were trying to explore or to understand how best we can bring this together at what time, and how we can present that in such a way that makes our ideas fundable. Another thing that I would like to emphasize lastly is that fundraising is a team effort exercise. It's not something that happens in one day, but it's something that takes a very, very long time. Fundraising is one of those processes that bring together different skills that would be for managing, for implementing, technical skills, finance skills. It's one of those exercises or one of those job sets that requires you to make sure that you bring together different people who are well versed with different skill sets to make sure that we put together winning proposals. And lastly, and this is my last point, whatever you do is that you've got to do your homework first, okay? Understand who you are as an organization, where you want to go, and then look at funders who you will not treat as people who have pots and pots of money and willing to give it out, but funders as partners as people that you can bring together or bring them to walk hand in hand with you to make sure that your project is a success, not only financially, but also programmatically. And of course, that changes your society, and that changes and also is of good use to your beneficiaries. At this point, I'd like to say thank you very much for your indulgence and for listening to me. And I'd like to hand it over back to Hesbon, and he can let me know if there are questions or comments. And then we take it, we do that. And then after that, there's an exercise in which we will practice what we've just gone through in the few slides, but I'll only share that once we do the question and answer session. Over to you, Hesbon.
Right, thank you very much, Stella. Can we appreciate our second facilitator, please? Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, so as we did with the first session, we would like to hear any questions you have, comments, and you can just unmute and go ahead. Yes, Jabulile, I see your hand up, go, and others will come in. So yeah. Let's start with Jabulile and then Maria in that order.
Thank you very much, Hesbon. Thank you, Stella, for your presentation. It is an eye-opener. I have two questions. The other one, the first one, Stella, can you just clarify to us how you find as a grants officer the difference between how you perceive a difference between the grant and a loan? That is one. Number two, we are embedded in parliaments, Stella. There is such a dynamism when we execute projects and when we are to solicit funding. The landscape is such that there is need for sanctioning always from maybe the executive, depending on the nature of resource mobilization. How can you best advise in terms of where we are with the dynamism in parliaments, with the dynamism of soliciting funding, because we are always a conflicted institution. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jabulile. Stella, do you want to address that one first, or we get more questions?
Actually, I want to request that Joseph gives his input on this because he has much more experience on that. Okay. If you don't mind, Joseph.
All right. Joseph, are you there?
Maybe I missed part of it. Sorry, I may have missed part of the question. Was it about the difference between a loan and a grant?
That was it, and then there was some elaboration. Jabulile, you can just clarify briefly, but that is what I got.
Joseph, it was one clarity between how do we perceive a grant, difference between a grant and a loan, okay? And the second part of it was Parliament has got such dynamism if it comes to issues of funding, if it comes to issues of resource mobilization. Why? Because the landscape is such that it is highly it's a conflicted environment. And as a program officer or as a researcher embedded in this institution, you need to execute certain projects. But however you do, the dynamism is such that you cannot just go all out without engaging with the executive. Let me cite an example. I'll go further. As researchers, we are executing SRHR programs. We are aware there is donor funding, but it does not mean we solely have to rely on the donor funding. We need to go out and see through and elaborate on our activities. But the catch is the nature of the institution is that you cannot go all out in that particular manner due to dynamism, the processes and the procedures. The vending, you cannot just go out and do it anyhow. So that's the question I have, that how can we be aligned accordingly in relation to where we are? I'm not sure whether it's within where we are or it beyond the scope of this particular parliament. Not because of what, but there is issues of procurement, the acts and the like. So how do we go about resource mobilization for funding and more? Just a clear spectacle. Thank you.
I will attempt to answer your two questions, but I would say maybe the list of the group members can, even the trainees can come in, because they have also been involved in fundraising, and they know the politics of it and how that relates to the executive and the registration. But maybe beginning with the first question, which was the difference between a loan and a grant. Whenever something is a grant, you don't pay back. But a loan, it may be on relatively easier terms, but you still have to pay back. I'll give an example of APHRC. We have our head office building. We got a grant of $2 million and a loan of $4 million. The loan was from a foundation, and it was at an interest rate of only 2%. But we had to repay that loan. But for the grant, we didn't pay back a penny because that was free money. But in the donor world, there's also another terminology I would introduce. There is a grant, and there's also a contract. Like the USAID usually would say that this is money where we are working with you, but this other one is work that we are contracting you. It's sort of like a consultancy. So you can even bill with fee, because this is, we are looking at you like a contractor. We have contracted you to do the work. So, but then this other one, we are just providing an assistance, and we are working with you. And so what happens with USAID for such, like where they are giving you like what is like a grant, then they will interfere in what you are doing. But when it is a contract, they are deliverables, and all they will check is, have you met the deliverables, and they make the payment to you. But I hope I have differentiated the contract and the grant.
Then with regard to your issues about having to fulfill the expectation of many stakeholders, it becomes a political process. But, you know, funders are unlikely to get involved in the political process. So normally, the different entities that are involved have to discuss and agree. What is it that we will ask for donor funding? What is it that we are funding from our own cover? And if we are asking for donor funding, how do we orient ourselves so that we are able to meet the funders' requirement? So let's say programs like HIV, malaria, and tuberculosis, there is funding from governments like the US government, maybe USAID. And the government might be the one implementing this. And so there is the contracting, like in Kenya, we had a protracted issue where the HIV/AIDS drugs remained at the port for months, and people who needed them could not access them because there is the politics that the entity that USAID wants to use could not get the tax exemption. That's a legislative issue. So the government wanted this to pass through a government entity. So what I would say is that once you determine that you want donor funds, then you have to reorient yourself such that even though it is government, it is something even passing through parliament, since you need money for this and you know the money is there, then you have to look at how to change your structures to fit in within the funding mechanism. It's not easy, but instead of now just going for the funding and you have not reoriented yourself, it's to go back and look at your structures and see how else can we be able to approach this. So I know I may not answer this satisfactorily because I do not understand the whole context and the environment in which you work with Parliament, but maybe some of the people in this training might be able to contribute to this because they might understand the problem better, or any of my co-facilitators. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Joseph. Any other person who'd like to contribute?
Thank you very much, Joseph. That was well taken care of. I truly appreciate. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Because of time, let's go to the next person, and that was Maria.
Thank you, Hesbon. Mine is more, I want to know more on wanting to do everything or nothing. Maybe if you can explain more. Thank you.
Can you come up again? Or Stella, you got the question?
Mine is
yes. It's okay, Maria.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I think the question here was wanting to do everything, but ending up doing nothing. If I'm not wrong, that's the question, Maria?
Yes,
correct?
yes.
I made reference to that in how best we put together proposals to funders. And I also presented the context in which we work. As Africans, we have so many socioeconomic problems, and we feel indebted as you know, as citizens of our countries, as Africans ourselves, to change everything that's happened. We'd all want to see an Africa that is different, that has no socioeconomic problems. But also, as we write our proposals, we've got to be aware that myself as Stella, myself as Maria, I can only do so much that is going to contribute to the larger picture, which is changing livelihoods in my community. So what is this that I can do? Okay, as an organization, as Maria as an individual, and maybe with a few other stakeholders. So we cannot do everything, but we can do something. And this is a process in which we ourselves as fundraisers, as researchers, as program officers, we sit down and have that internal review of what can we do as an organization. And this is guided by the institution's objectives, as well as the programmatic objectives. An example would be if we work in the governance sector, we might not be able to go into other sectors that are not related to governance, okay? I don't know if that is helping to make you understand what I meant by that statement. But essentially, it's trying to understand who we are as an institution, what our objectives are, why were we formed as an organization, what really do we want to do, what would we like to see, what would we like to change in society, and how best can we be able to contribute to that change. I hope that helps.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Maria.
Okay, any more questions or comments? I'm not seeing any hand up. Liva, do you have a question? More comments? Okay, so if we do not have questions or comments, then I will make use of this remaining few minutes to, okay, first of all, I'll let Stella talk about the assignment that we'll be doing, and then I'll talk about how we will be working on that in form of groups and all that. So Stella, you could go ahead and talk, share the slide about assignment and talk us through.
Yes. Can everybody see? Is this visible? Yes. Any one person to confirm, Hesbon? Can you confirm?
Yes, we can see it, Stella. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I want us to, for the next, in the next session, we are going to be divided into different groups, and that will be taken care of by Hesbon and the coordinating team. But the thing that we have to do as the team members that we are going to be grouped together with is to identify at least one funder, okay? One funder, and this funder can, think of the funders as much as you can. You can use funders that you've previously worked with, or funders that you have become aware of, or maybe have never worked with, or maybe a funder that you will find as you are grouped together using the websites that I had presented earlier. And these slides will be sent to you immediately, so it's easy for you to go through the websites. And after finding that funder, you will also give us and have an exercise amongst yourselves where you're trying to understand, why is this funder important to your work as an institution? You may have a project in mind as an institution, but here, so if you have that project in mind, that's good. If not, then as a group, you have to come up with one idea that you feel can be funded, and then you align that to what the funding, who the funder is rather, and also look at what the funding requirements are. So in the afternoon, each and every group will be requested to present to us who the funder that you have chosen, what your potential project is, and why this funder is particularly important to you. So this funder may be important to you because their thematic issues align with your thematic issues. Maybe you've worked with them before. Give us the reasons as to why they were a good funder. They had lots of money. Give us as many reasons as to why you would have chosen this funder for your particular project. Yes, so that is the assignment. I'm hoping it's going to be a simple one and people will quickly come up with ideas and present to us in the afternoon. Over to you, Hesbon.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Stella. Let me just add that for each group, we encourage you to identify an idea, a project that you would like to seek funding for. So Stella gave you all the freedom, but we would like to tweak that just a little, because for the remaining sessions that we'll be going through, we want you to keep building on what you start today. So if as a group, you identify some project that you have in mind that you'd want funded. So as for this exercise, you look for a potential funder for your project. Tomorrow we will go through other content like problem statement. Then now we will be building on your project. And so while for some group members this may not be what you would want to do, but we want to do this as a group so that you can transfer the knowledge to your context or to your actual project. Just because we cannot all pursue our individual projects, so that is why we are doing this. And so we have grouped you, but we want to make sure that you are comfortable in the group you are. There has to be something that brings you together. Maybe it may be just by language or by institution, whichever way works for us. So that is the idea. That is what we want to do. So you notice that we still have some minutes left. So that is why we have time to talk about this. So one thing I want to make sure we agree on is how we are going to form these groups. My colleague, who is that, who was forming the groups, have you already put the groups together, or are we free to form them right now? I thought that we could do by language, but we want to hear from participants the best way to be grouped. We don't want to group you with somebody that you don't want to work with. But I know we are all eager to work together. So can we get some comments or suggestions or ideas from participants? Remember, we said if there's something that we want to do, we agree. So can I get some suggestions?
Good morning, Hesbon. It's Leo from South Africa. I'm just thinking that the app Zoom has a group splitting function. The challenge with that is it's a random function. So if we want to keep the same groups, it may be prudent to have links that are given to groups so that each group clicks its own link. Otherwise, if you use the function, every time you do breakaways, they will be random. You may not go back to the same group. Now, if you are saying that we are going to work on this idea for the rest of the workshop,
Yes.
then it may not be possible for the same group members to go back to the same group. So maybe we should, the organizers could decide on how many groups you want to create, depending on the numbers, and then you create the 5 or 6 different links so that each group knows which link to link into, and the links could be unique to the groups. So that is one way of doing it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your suggestion. Yeah, if we were to group ourselves just by language, you are, as you rightly put it, it will be random and may not give us some, very good groups. So that we agree. So we want to have 4 to 5 groups. 4 to 5 groups. And we want these groups to be real groups. In other words, whatever idea that you come up with, you as a group will be committed to working on that for the remaining sessions of the workshop, the remaining days. So what I'm asking is, do you have preference for how this can be done the best way that would be most beneficial to you? Could it be by institutions, or do you want to, be mixed? And I'm being reminded that I should take note of country spread and language. So that's why we are throwing it out there for all of us to agree on the best approach.
If I may, moderator,
so yes,
I think we will take more time, unnecessary time, if we left it to people to propose how they want to be grouped. For the record, most of these people don't know each other.
Okay.
They are meeting in this meeting, so I would propose that let it be from the organizers having looked at the country spread and what is feasible in terms of language facilitation by way of interpretation, to then propose to put people in groups.
All right. Thank you very much. So let's have a 5 minutes break, and then we will come up with the groups, and then we will share that so that everyone knows which group they belong. If there is need for adjustment, then we will be able to do that. We just wanted to let everyone know that we have not pre-assigned people. That way, if there's a need to adjust or change, then we could still do that. So let's have 5 minutes. It is it's what time is it? It is 2:01, so 2:06 we'll get back together. So just give us a few minutes. You can stretch and then we come back. All right, so thank you very much for that. So I'll have my colleague Ronald just explain to you how you get to the different groups. And then after that, I will wind up so that we can go for this 1 hour break. After the break, you will go straight to your groups and do the group assignment. In your group, you will agree on one of you to present back when we meet at 4:30, that is East African time, or 3:30 Central African time. So that is the plan. Ronald, go ahead.
Afternoon. At the bottom of the screen, there's under this more menu, there's a link which it says join breakout room. Click on that. A pop-up will pop up, and then you can kindly choose on the group that you wish to join. At the bottom of the screen, what you're looking for is join breakout room.
Let us know if you are encountering any issue with that.
Ronald.
Hi. Hi, Jabu.
Mo.
Hi, Mama.
I'm seeing charts, share screen record interpretation. I'm not seeing the more is here under participants.
Can you see more?
Yeah, but it's inactive.
I don't know.
It's inactive. We have such network problems here. So now,
Ma, you see where it says the interpretation, then there's reactions right next to that one.
oh, okay, all right. Let me do this. I can see reactions.
So what is next to that for you?
For me, there's nothing. There's leave.
Can you kindly make your screen bigger?
Oh. Oh my God.
Components, it's an early unintended pregnancies, early intended pregnancies, comprehensive sexuality education, higher cases of sexual transmitted diseases reported, sexual and gender-based violence, mental health problems, higher suicide cases, and access to commodities. So in brackets, that's the contraceptives. Then we identify the funder. So we look at the different, our funder is the different UN agencies, being the UNFPA, UNDPA, UNAIDS, UNICEF, and the Global Fund. The reason we didn't come up with one specific fund is that there are a lot of components covered, and it's very difficult to find the funder which will be able to address all. But when you look at the UN agencies, they will be able to touch, one is touching this side and the other one on the next side. Why is this funder important to your work? So the main reason is that their thematic focus on sexual reproductive health research, which is SRHR. We already have existing relationship with those funders. That's why we found it important. And then their fundings approach is multi-year. So good for realizing the impact. What was your experience looking for a funder? So we noticed that looking for a funder is not easy, since when you look for a funder, as Stella has alluded to earlier in her presentation, we need to appreciate their science and align your priorities accordingly. So you should consider what they prefer, the level of priority, or the area of priorities. You can't just go your way. So secondly, we noticed that the funders, they also want to fund where there is a higher level of transparency. They want to fund someone who will be able to accountable. So accountability is very important. And then integrity. So the other thing that they also look at is the core funding. And last but not least is the social accountability framework. It's unfortunate that we're supposed to have the last slide, which have the names of the participants, but then time was not on our side. But in brief, that's what the English group 2 have crafted so far. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. I want you to select, you remember how we selected the language? Please select the language accordingly so that you are able to follow the presentation.
I beg your pardon?
I'm saying for all of us, for all the participants, please select the language the way we did when we first started. Some of us have not done that and they may not be following. So I'm just reminding us that we should remember to go to interpretation and then select the language. Can you hear me?
My apology for that.
No, you are okay. I'm just...
Yes, I can hear you. So for myself, I joined the English group number 2 because I was alone in a Portuguese group.
All right.
So that's why I worked with the English group 2. No problem for that.
Okay. So thank you very much, Group 2 English. And at this point, I would like others to provide comments, feedback, questions. Please go ahead. If you don't ask this group, they will also not ask you. If you don't give them feedback, they will not give you, and we don't want that to happen. So please let us give comments, ask questions, any form of feedback, we'll really appreciate.
May I respond? Respond?
Yes, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. I think Group 2 has done well, but what I think would have been useful for them is to narrow down their intervention. Remember the comment that you can try to do everything and end up doing nothing. I think they should have narrowed it down and perhaps maybe even start with one component out of the components that they raise in their presentation. They are looking at a lot of things, and I think it would be useful to say where exactly, what is their niche intervention in terms of where they are very good at, to start there, and then as they implement, then they can expand their program, because now they have built credibility and funders are more amenable to giving resources to them. I think that would have been useful because their component is too broad. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leo, for your comment. That's very, very good feedback. Other comments, please? Comments from participants, other groups? Okay. Other facilitators, if you have any comments for this group, please go ahead.
Hi, Hesbon. This is Stella. Yes, so good, you can hear me. I think what Mr. Sibanda said is quite accurate, and I appreciate him for that. Actually, he's taken the words right out of my mouth. When we are fundraising, it's really about what can we do as at now, and then we slowly build our way into bigger and bigger and better things. So thank you very much for that. I'm not going to add anything more into that. But I also want to appreciate this team for taking their time to also, first of all, do a good presentation. And then secondly, also is working from the known, and then they will now get to the part of the known. And in this case, I'm referring to the fact that they used the funders that they identified are well known to them. So that also gives them a bit of leverage on who to approach with their particular SRHR initiatives that they want to develop. So which is a good thing, and that's, so that's a good thing. Other than that, I think the rest is for the team to continue, slowly, to continue navigating through the fundraising landscape. and getting to understand the different funding mechanisms and also the different funders and what their interests are. So yes, thank you very much, Group 2, English Group 2. Over to you, Hesbon.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Stella. So in addition to other facilitators' comments, let me also give a few comments here. One, thank you for this group. You were able to identify an idea. As at now, it is still broad, as rightly put by Leo. Yes, and that is a good starting point. Let's start having a broad, vague idea. If you pick at the agenda, you will see that the first session tomorrow, we will talk about problem statement, goals, objectives. So during that session, we'll be able to see, for instance, this group, how you can narrow down to identify just a particular problem that you want to address. In any project, in any research study, there must be something that you are trying to address. In this case, I think broadly, you are addressing the impact of COVID-19 on SRHR among adolescents. So you will need to narrow, as Leo suggested, can we narrow it down? You mentioned several components, but which one are you choosing to focus on and why? So that is something that I got when this group was presenting, and I applaud them for doing that. Then two, at this point, you said you've identified a number of potential funders for your idea, and you are having a hard time identifying which one to go for. That is still okay, but the reason that is happening is because you haven't narrowed down your problem or your topic to the extent that now you see, if this is what we are going with, who would be interested in funding this particular one? Then that will help us narrow down to a specific or more specific project than the way it is currently. So thank you, and I hope we will pick it from there. You will think about it even when you go to sleep tonight, so that tomorrow when we come, we will be ready to engage and see how we can do the narrowing down process. So once again, thank you, this team. Let's have another team do their presentation. You could stop sharing, please. Thank you. All right, which group is coming next? English one?
Yes, English one, we are here. Maria, where are you?
Here.
Yes, Maria, go ahead.
Okay, my sister, go ahead, please. I'm here to back you up.
Good.
Oh, you didn't prepare the presentation, Teboho?
Yes, I have the presentation, but it's unfortunate we didn't have enough time to share. I didn't have enough time to share with you. But if you allow me, I can go ahead.
Okay, I also did some, but this is not finished. Okay, our group is we are looking for sponsorship for capacity building for members of parliament on social protection, in order for them to come up with a bill addressing social protection. And the funder that we have identified is UNICEF. Why this funder is important to our work, because we have a long-standing relationship with this funder as Parliament, and also we have the funder, the organization has got a department that is dealing with us in social protection, And we thought since they have that, they might have both the capacity to train our MPs in order for them to come up with this bill. I think I end on that one. Maybe Teboho can just add.
Yeah, my sister, you are right. We are left with the last point, which is our experience for finding a funder. This one is not far-fetched because we all know that UNICEF deals specifically with child protection. So there was no need for us to stress ourselves, but simply to go straight to UNICEF as one of their as most of their priorities are about child protection. I think, Maria, this is the issue that was left behind. So we can wait for the comments from the participants.
All right. Thank you very much, this team English 1, for your presentation. I welcome feedback from the rest of participants. Any comments, please? Questions? We agreed that we will all contribute, and if everyone is silent, I take it to mean that we are on strike, but I would like to know why we are on strike, if that is the case. Manuel, why are we on strike?
Hello.
Yes.
Oh, I was saying that I joined the group number 2.
Yes.
Because in Portuguese group was only me. So I joined the group number 2. I work at group number 2, English group 2.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Now, okay. I'm just asking, the English 1 group have presented, and I was just trying to get people to give feedback. But I'll go ahead and give my feedback as I wait for others.
Yes, I understand the point. They just looking for one donor, UNICEF. UNICEF, the core business for UNICEF is just children's. But if you want to work with the adolescent, you just go to UNFPA and the other organization, UNDP, something like that. UNICEF is just for children. Huh?
Okay, all right. Thank you, Manuel. So I hope English 1, you are listening. The critique you are getting is that you focused on UNICEF, and you claim you defended that by saying this one is what you know, and everyone else should know that they deal with the social protection. So you thought that that would be the right place to go. So, but you are being challenged to think of others, like the one Manuel mentioned. I also wanted to challenge you, not just you, but even the first group, that the opportunity that you are identifying, is it an active call? Are you going to maybe UNICEF because you know they are in this space, or is there an active opportunity? You know, can you submit a grant? Are they looking for, people, they want people to submit something? That is important, because we just don't want to, mention that these are the potential funding opportunity, and yet there isn't anything active, because we would feel much better if we identify an active call. So that is just a challenge to the 2 groups, and even the groups that are coming. I hope we will have one group at least identifying an active call, then we will be smiling. So that is my comment as I wait for others. And where are the others? Anybody would like to give feedback to English 1? Fellow facilitators?
Yes, can I say
Yes,
something?
Yes, Frank Hill.
I just wanted to hear from English Group 1. What was their experiences looking for a funder?
Thank you. Any member of the group, please?
Okay, I'm here.
Yes,
Tebo from Lesotho. MPs represent people in their respectful who know the best what is happening in their constituencies. For example, they realize that there is a problem pertaining to the children. For example, sexual harassment, abuse, all sorts of problems that children are facing in their communities. Now, one member may ask or may request a funding for capacity building workshop whereby all the group members are going to be sensitized on issues based on child protection. Therefore, for that workshop, that capacity building workshop to take place, they will need some funding. So I think that is whereby the issue of an active call comes in.
Thank you very much, Teboho. Any other comment?
Okay, I can come again.
Can I come in?
Yes, Maria.
Okay. Also, when we were looking for this fund, we know that since there is already a long-standing relationship with this donor or funding institution, it was not that difficult. And the mere fact that social protection includes all, and here we also have, as Parliament, Children's Parliament, for instance. So that's why we thought, okay, let's go straight to UNICEF. And since there is already this long-standing relationship, it was not a problem to identify. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Tebo, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I wanted to say the end result of the workshop will be an introduction of a bill to the Parliament. That bill is going to turn into a law which is going to protect maybe children. And then maybe another bill which talks about, say, grants, social protection, grants, maybe giving children grants every month. We are looking at something like that, whereby once members have been sensitized about social protection, then a bill which seeks to improve the lives of those children will be brought to Parliament, which will later translate into a law. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tebohu, for your addition. So, Stella, do you have anything for this group? Any comment?
No, Hezbon. Unfortunately, my network also fluctuated, so I didn't get to hear much of the presentation. So I'll go with what you have said together with also the rest of the team.
All right.
Sorry about that to group one.
It's okay. So just to finish with this group, I wanted to say that as we think of whatever idea or problem that we want to address, let us remember that we have to defend what we are claiming is a problem. What I mean by that, we need to check to be sure that nobody has addressed it before. Otherwise, we would be wasting resources, time, and that will not be good. And so that means that we have to find out what has been done in that area. So we have to review the literature. So I may give an example. If my colleague said that the end game, at the end of it all, we would want to come up with some, policy recommendation, or even call it, some bill to be passed, something like that. Make sure that that has not happened. Or if it has happened, then there are some problems which were not, addressed, and so you want to build on it in some way, because then you will be able to convince the funder that this is necessary. Otherwise, if somebody will be reviewing and saying, "Oh, look, they want to do this, and it was done 5 years ago or last year," then that will not look good. So that's just a general point for all of us. And again, we will talk about this in upcoming sessions. All right, thank you very much, Group English 1. Let's give.
Hesbon.
Yes, Maria.
Sorry.
Okay.
I wanted to find out something. You said it should be something that has not been done. Say, for instance, we want these MPs to be capacitated in order for them to come up with a bill. But then, say, for instance, if it happened before, but then the whole project or program was suspended or so, and now we want to do it perfectly, can we not introduce that?
I think that is okay. But you see how you will be packaging it. You will not say that this, to the best of our knowledge, this has not been done before. You will say it was done, and you've identified why it is not continuing and something. So then that can sell. But the idea is to make sure that you convince the funder that yes, I can fund this. I can put my money on this. It is a good cause.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, because of time, let's, Maria, you can put your hand down. Thank you. Let's invite the next group, please. The next group. Do we have Portuguese?
Hello, once again. Here is Manuel. So the other Portuguese are interpreters. So it was only me. So that's why they said I joined the English 2 group, because it was only me.
Okay, thank you.
Group. So I joined group number 2, English group 2. So I was working with them.
Okay, well, I got you now. Another group that we have is French. Does that group exist? Okay, according to what I have, French is supposed to include Christian, Eric, Lila.
Oui, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Oui. Allô, vous m'entendez? Oui, bonjour, merci. Je suis Liva.
Très bien, et toi?
Oui, très bien, merci.
Merci beaucoup, Liva, merci beaucoup.
Oui, je t'en prie. Oui, je suis Liva, je viens de Madagascar, je travaille à l'Assemblée nationale. Là, je ne sais pas comment dire, comme nous avons envoyé la présentation du positif. Nous sommes là pour suivre la formation, mais nous ne sommes pas vraiment habitués de faire la rédaction. Nous n'avons pas encore fait la rédaction pour demande de subvention auprès des bailleurs de fonds. Mais comme nous sommes ici, nous devons vous répondre. Et je Je vais commencer par la première question. Pour identifier les bailleurs de fonds, nous avons comme 4 bailleurs de fonds remarquables. Bailleurs de fonds viennent de PNUD, EISA et Frédéric Ebert. Mais nous 3, les membres de l'Assemblée nationale, non, ce n'est pas les membres, mais le staff de l'Assemblée nationale de Madagascar, nous avons choisi le PNUD comme bailleur de fonds important pour notre travail. Là, parce que c'est le PNUD qui nous offre beaucoup plus de formation pour les parlementaires, les employés, les fonctionnaires parlementaires, les assistants parlementaires et surtout l'administration. Et aussi les agents de sécurité, les militaires, les gendarmes et les policiers, tout cela. C'est vraiment important pour nous, la formation, comme on a parlé tout à l'heure, pour le renforcement de capacité des parlementaires, des employés, pour que nous puissions faire face surtout à la pandémie Covid-19. Là, tout le monde doit s'adapter à la nouvelle technologie, et c'est la virtuelle session. Et comme j'ai déjà mentionné pendant la réunion avec l'équipe de TIC au forum de la SADC hier, nous avons adopté la session virtuelle cette année pendant la première session ordinaire qui a débuté le 4 mai dernier. C'était vraiment bien marché et même les députés ne sont pas vraiment habitués avec la nouvelle technologie. Ils se sont efforcés pour s'y adapter. Et le PNUD nous aide vraiment sur ce point. Deuxième point, il nous dote des équipements, des matériels pour les parlementaires, pour l'administration et surtout pour les employés. Et c'est pourquoi nous 3, nous avons choisi le PNUD comme bailleur de fonds, important bailleur de fonds. Et malheureusement, dans l'équipe de French One, nous sommes tous de l'Assemblée nationale de Madagascar. Alors, nous avons parlé de notre cas et nous avons axé sur notre cas. Et concernant l'expérience, là, vraiment désolée, parce que nous n'avons pas d'expérience concernant de demandes de subventions et tout cela. Mais il y a un collègue, je crois qu'elle peut nous aider, mais pour le moment, aujourd'hui, elle n'a pas pu parce qu'elle était encore occupée par d'autres occupations. Et je crois que même si nous sommes vraiment, comment dirais-je, pas comme, j'ai suivi ce que les autres groupes ont fait, mais comparé à ce qu'ils ont fait, notre groupe n'a pas vraiment montré beaucoup de choses. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Liv, for your presentation. While you say you do not have much, we were able to get quite a lot from your presentation. So we appreciate the effort. So just a couple of things that I noted. You identified some funders, and I believe you identified them because of your past engagements or ongoing engagements with them. So for the workshop, we wanted you as a group to also think of an idea, a project, anything that you would want to work on for the remaining days to come, so that it is not just general identification of a funder, but rather, do you have something that is common, like you say, this is, in Madagascar context, that you would like to maybe seek funding for? If the answer is yes, what is that? And then once you have identified, a problem, then it will force you now to look for a potential funder to support or to help you solve that problem. It may mean that UNDP is not the potential funder now based on your new idea. If that is the case, it is okay. If UNDP is still the funder, that is still okay too. We just want to make sure that we go through the process of developing a proposal using something that makes sense to you in your context. So we appreciate the effort that you put into this. And also as you're presenting, you are able to learn quite a lot about what is going on in your context. Anybody who would like to give this group some feedback, please? Feedback, comment, question? If you don't talk, I'm just going to pick on somebody at random. Hello? All right. If there is no comment, Stella, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Any
comment? I think just to say thank you to that group as well. Just like you said earlier, Hezbon, we've been able to pick out a lot of things that they have in the pipeline. And I think they have a very good project if it's about building capacity of the parliamentarians on whatever level. So I think maybe instead of them overthinking too much about which project to get, which they need to work on this whole week, that could be a place to start. Just flesh it out, and that will, and for the team, you will be taught how to flesh that out as of tomorrow. The other thing that I caught, which was very interesting, is the fact that Liva mentions that she knows of somebody in the team, not necessarily in this workshop today, who is a good fundraiser or who has experience in fundraising, which is a good thing. So that, so for me, that spoke to the point I was trying to drive across, that fundraising brings together different expertise of people. So we've got to recognize within our teams that there are people who are very good at fundraising, writing proposals rather. Other people are very good with developing budgets and not necessarily writing proposals. Others are very good with administrative tasks and not necessarily good at maybe developing budgets. So as we continue to put together our ideas together and bring together teams, let's also recognize and appreciate that different team members come together to bring success at the end of the day. Thank you. And over to you, Hezbon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stella, for that last point, that, when you think of a grant proposal, people come together as a team. Seldom will you write it all alone and be successful. So somebody may be good in the budget part, somebody may be good in those technical components, and other areas, but we all pull together and have a very, very strong proposal. So very, very important point. Okay, any more comments? All right. Do we have all the groups now presented, or there's still one more group? Generica, how many groups do we have? Are we expecting more, or we are done? Because
Excusez-moi,
I
est-ce que
think
je peux prendre la parole?
Portuguese was just yes.
Merci. Oui, merci. Je veux vous remercier pour les remarques et tout cela. Et nous tenons en compte ce que vous avez dit. Je vous remercie.
You're welcome, Liva. I was asking if we still have any group. We don't want to leave anybody out.
Wilfred, maybe you can let us know if there is any other group. Or Rono?
They were supposed to be, but then group English, group 3 was not active, and the Portuguese one was not active. It was only English group.
Okay, I'm not hearing.
Oh, okay. Can you hear now?
Is it safe to assume that we have 4 groups and the 4 groups have presented?
Can I be heard now? This is Wilfred speaking.
Yes, I can hear somebody. Yeah, go ahead.
So I was saying there was English group 1 and English group 2, but English group 3 was not active and the Portuguese was not active. That way we had to move the only member that was in Portuguese to group. Which group did we move the person to? Was it group 1? Mr. Manuel. So that was the only one in group Portuguese. And then in French, there was a group in French. So that means we had 3 groups. So English group 1, English group 2, and French.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. So from tomorrow, we can assume that we will have only 3 groups, or we wait to see if the other groups that were not active will be active. When we say not active, it means some people were assigned and they didn't go to those rooms. Is that the case? Please, can you confirm?
Yes, that's the case.
Yeah, that is not good. We want people to participate. So anybody who was assigned to go to a particular group, you end up not going, and we also do not know what is happening. I think we are taking that very seriously, and we would want to know what is happening, why you were not able to join the breakout room. So we'll follow up with you just because we are concerned, and we would like to make sure that you are not suffering in silence. So that is the plan we have. So thank you, everyone. We have come to the end of group presentations. And at this point, I just want to give my colleague, Lisa, to take the lead as she helps us do the evaluation, the end of day evaluation. So Lisa, can you help us with that?
Yes, Hesbon. Thank you very much, Hesbon, for the opportunity, and to all the participants for having endured the day and participated in all the sessions. So as Hesbon has indicated, we have come to the end of today's session, And we'd like to hear from you on how you think the sessions went along. We had 3 sessions. We started with Joseph, who showed us, who presented to us about an overview of the grants proposal writing. We also had Stella take us through the relevant, how to identify relevant funders and calls. And then we went into the group, into our different groups, and where we had a chance to discuss amongst us on, the identification of the calls and, the funding requirements. So we hope the sessions were very useful, and if not, I would like to hear from you so that we can also improve in the sessions coming ahead. So without much further ado, I have posted in the chat, if you could all look at our chats, there are 3 links, and in these 3 links, they're in different languages. So I'd like to request us to click a link that is relevant to you and just share with us, how do you think the sessions went on today? You're going to find 3 simple questions once you click the link. The first question should ask you what went on well today. Please feel free to share with us how you think the various sessions went on. What did not go so well. Also, your feedback would be very important to us. If you think that the group work, the session was too short or too long, or any other thing that you think might be relevant that you think we should know, we'd like to hear from you. So please indicate in the chat, in the link, and tell us how you think as an individual the various session went on. And then, of course, once we hear from you, then we would like to make an improvement in the sessions that will come from tomorrow and the days ahead. So please share with us on areas what you think that we can improve on. At this point, I'd like to find out from you whether you have been able to click on the link and seen the questions. Could someone just confirm that indeed that has happened? Am I audible?
Yes, Lisa, you are audible and we are able to access the questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Peter Rock, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here, Lisa.
Okay, could you tell me whether you are able to see any responses coming in?
Just a minute.
I know we started on a high note. I think we were about 48 participants. Some seem to have dropped off, but those who are still with us since morning, thank you very much. And your feedback is going to be very, very important to inform us on the sessions ahead. So please feel free to indicate in the link and tell us how you think the sessions went on and the areas that you think we can improve on. That is going to be very, very important for us. Peter Rock?
I've seen the first response.
Thank you, Peter Rock. I see we are 32 participants, including the facilitators. There's something that has come up in the chat from Liva. Maybe if we could get a translation on that, please. Liva cannot access the link. Okay, thank you very much, Nicholas. That's the French. I'll share the French link again, and then you see whether you are able to access it. I have shared the French link. Liva, please confirm whether you are able to access this link. Is there anyone else experiencing the same challenge? Okay. Let me know once you succeed, Liva. How are we doing, Peter Rock?
Yeah, I've seen 3 responses in the English one. Let me check the other languages.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to add that feedback received is anonymous. It is mainly to help us to improve our sessions and to make it beneficial to you and even to us. And it also just a way of communicating to us that we are communicating with each other and that we are moving along together. You are still not able to access it. Okay, anyone else unable to access at least the French one?
Lisa, I just clicked it and it is opening for me. So
okay,
I don't know what the problem could be on Liva's end.
Okay.
So Nicholas, could you just tell Eva that according to us, I mean, it is open right now, and I just click the link that Lisa.
And if she can try to use another device, for example, a phone, if she's using a computer, or a computer if she's using a phone, because there it's accessible even when I click it on my end, it's opening.
Liva, could you try and use a different device to access the link? And we see whether that one might open. And also just to let you know that we shall be doing this at the end of the day for the remaining days. Should we share the same on email? Would that one help, Liva? Maybe let's share the link on email.
Yeah. Liva, don't send your response on the chat box. I was just typing. I hope everyone else is okay. You are able to access the links. If not, please let us know. We'll take another 3 minutes, then we'll start now pulling together the responses.
How are we doing with the responses, Peter?
Yeah, they are building up.
Okay. In all the languages?
Yes. I'm on the English channel. The one for French and Portuguese, I'm trying to open them. Let me just having some small difficulty opening those ones. But these are us for English. We have 8 now.
Ah, wonderful.
So, yeah.
What's that person who takes me a picture? What's that person who takes me a picture?
Okay,
Yeah, we are good, Lisa.
we are good. Thank you very much. I hope Liva has been successful, and I'm glad no one else has experienced the same challenge. Our apologies, Liva. Thank you very much, everyone, for having participated in that short exercise. I'd now like to hand over back to Hesbon as we download your responses, which Hesbon will share. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lisa. I'm waiting for a few more people to submit, and I will talk about the responses if there is anything that needs to be addressed right away. I know that you are also interested in seeing what other people are saying, so we will just share shortly. So just give us 1 or 2 minutes, and then we'll be able to share.
Sorry, I can't access it in English, just in Portuguese.
I can't access it in English?
Yeah,
okay.
When I go to the link, it's just in French or whatever language. Yeah, it's in French.
It's in the 3 languages. There were links in 3 languages, English, French, and Portuguese.
Where should I choose for the languages? Because what I got here is not English.
Okay, I have pasted in the chat the English link. Try and click on it and see what comes out.
Okay, I got it right. Thank you.
You are welcome. So please
mute. I'll mute now, sorry.
It's fine. So let's give just a couple of seconds, and then we shall download your responses for feedback as well. So kindly bear with us as we download the responses that we have received from you, so that if there's anything that needs to be addressed before tomorrow, then we can do that. This is just going to talk a couple of more minutes, and we should be done for the day. Itarok, any luck?
Yes, I've already sent to Hesbon and yourself.
Thank you very much, Peterok. Hesbon, can you confirm receipt of the same?
Yes, Lisa, just one second, and I will be there.
Sorry, I sent mine. I thought it's through.
Okay. Heshbon, I completed mine. I don't know if it came through, because once you complete it, it goes out into another screen of SurveyMonkey, but it's submitted.
All right, thank you. I'm just putting it together. I think it did, because I'm not able to see from who, but just give me a few minutes and we'll be done. So when it goes to another window that says, thank you for taking this survey, then that's a confirmation that your response has been recorded. All right, so here are the responses we have received so far. I don't know if you are able to see my screen. Can you see? Can somebody confirm, please?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So what went well today? The organizing team did a good job, kudos. Somebody said presentations. I think that we started very well. There was active participation on relevant topics. Presentations went well. I've learned a lot. Can presenters share the presentations immediately after they have presented so that it can help us with assignments? So thank you for that suggestion taken, and we normally do that. It's just that today's sessions were not shared like immediately. The two presentations went well, very well, and the presenters were knowledgeable. All presentations, time management, and the translation. So those are the responses we received from you. What did not go so well? What did not go well? Somebody said group work. Group work did not go well. And I think I concur to some extent because some groups were not represented. So I think I would agree with this person. The second comment is, I noticed that the number of participants dropped. I don't know what happened. I also don't know what happened. I don't want to think that they were on strike, like they just don't want to be part of this for some reason. I want to be positive in my thinking and assume that it was due to some unavoidable circumstances. But I will confirm tomorrow, the next day, if the pattern continues. But we would like to know if there was a problem. So the person is saying, I don't know what happened. Presentations which were sent immediately after presenting, group waited long for them. So still the comment that we read earlier about timeliness of the slides being shared with participants. The group work assignment were not allocated more time. So this person felt that they were rushed during the group work. This is very, very serious response because today's assignment was not heavy, or we would not think that it was going to take a lot of time. Now, if we still have the same time for tomorrow and even the other days, then we will need to think of how we can create more time for the group assignment. So let's see how this go tomorrow. The group participants struggled with the group work assignment because they had no reference point. So what this person is saying, that it was not clear to their group what the assignment was about. That's how I interpret it. And if somebody understands it differently, please let us know. So if if the groups were not, it was not clear to them, to the facilitators, I think we are being reminded to make sure that the assignment is explained so that the different groups know what to do or what is expected. So we'll make sure that we explain what the assignment is about in good time so that you do not waste time. This person is suggesting it should have been better if the presentations were sent to them beforehand. Yeah, so still goes back to the earlier comment. Let's share the slides as soon as possible after the presentations, after the sessions rather. The person is saying, somebody is saying the assignments were not clear. The network was at times bad and dropping people off along the way. So we take the feedback about regarding clarity of the assignment, and we will make sure now moving forward that all the assignments are clearly explained what is expected of you. And regarding the network, this is beyond us unless it is from our end, but if it is from your end, just make sure that you make arrangements to be, you know, that the internet connection is strong and so that you don't miss. Okay, participants need to be actively involved, e.g. going to assign breakout rooms. That's a very important feedback. We will make sure that the facilitators of the day are in the main room, and whenever they are needed, they could just be taken to the different rooms. However, remember, we have more rooms than the available facilitators. So if maybe you wanted Stella to be in your room, and Stella is in another room, and this one also is in another room, you may have to wait a little bit. So as you wait, don't just sit and wait for Stella. Meanwhile, there are other things you could be working on. So just make sure that you are engaged as you wait for the facilitator maybe to come and address some issue that you may be encountering. But the point is taken. That is how we do it. And today was just the first day, and we take it, we will act accordingly. Program was too long, and somebody said all was well. Program too long, we are working together to make sure that the content is covered, and at the same time give you time to, you know, take health breaks. So that is just the way it is. We'll try to work together so that you are not overwhelmed. If you are in my shoes, one person is saying that the time is too long, and another saying the time is not enough. So you see how it can be difficult, but I'm not saying that there's no solution. We'll just work together because we have to have a common ground for all of us to be able to operate successfully. Okay, a couple of suggestions. What can we improve on? We can improve on sharing presentations before group work. That is right, we can do that. We can try to work on keeping time and also remind participants of significance and benefit of this workshop. Again, thank you for who made this comment. Yes, this workshop is very important. And as I said when we started, let us take it very seriously and treat it like that. We can tell if you are taking it serious by how you participate and engage with others. So that's just a challenge to all of us. And I shared that in the morning when we were beginning. Share presentations on time. Yes, thank you for that. We'll be doing that. Clear assignments, we'll be explaining. The groups need to be managed better. Some people did not show up. I thank this person, because this person is being very clear, very forthright, and telling us what some of us may not want to hear. And that is good. We need to show up. There's no reason unless somebody is sick or, you know, but if you have been assigned to go to this room and then you intentionally decide not to be in that room, that is not good. So let us act accordingly. That could be other issues not related to the content and organizers. Okay, so that is just elaboration. Participants could be more engaged. Yes, we've talked about that. Shorten the time, taking other country timelines into consideration. So we hear you, but please let us just work together and make sure that the content that we prepared, which we strongly believe is important, if somebody claims to have gone through a grant proposal writing workshop, we don't want to axe out some of that content, but at the same time, we don't want just to cover checkbox that we are covering and people are not really benefiting. So we are doing that balancing game, but we want to do it together, and we listen to you, you listen to us, and work together. Thank you very much. Those are some of the comments that we have received, and I believe they are representative of others that we may not have been able to cover. All right. I can stop sharing and we get back. Tomorrow, we would like to just continue, and we will act on the feedback that you've given us. If you don't see any improvement, point it out, at the end of the day or during the day, let us know. Husband, you said you will clearly communicate the assignment, and it is still not clear. What is happening? Then, that is the kind of feedback we want. But we can promise that we are going to do our best to make sure that the issues that have been raised are addressed, because by doing that, we are improving and making this very beneficial to all of us. We don't want you to waste your time. We know that you decided to put other things aside so that you can participate in this workshop. So the best way to show that we respect that is to do what we are supposed to do. So both parties, participants and facilitators, we are being challenged, as well as the coordinating team. We are being challenged to do our part and to do it the best way, so that we can have the kind of workshop we had in mind. Thank you, and I now say that let's enjoy the rest of our evening. I would request the coordination team to remain behind. Others, please feel free to click leave, extreme right, and we will see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.